Also a member of the Brevard College men's lacrosse team, Logan Souther. First baseman number 21, Davis Anders. Designated hitter number 38, Gavin McCoy. Shortstop number 0, Nico Bartolotti. Second baseman number 3, Tyson Hinkle. Left fielder number 9, Logan Sawyer. Catcher number 20, Casey Shakes. Right fielder number 5, Tyler Kelson. And on the mound for your Tornadoes, number 55, Jonathan Germany. The Tornadoes are under the direction of head coach Vinny Carone. He is assisted by Cam Cook, Bill Sizemore, Kevin Quinn, and C.P. Pyle. Brevard College is dedicating today's game to the life and legacy of Morgan Rogers, a former Duke University lacrosse student athlete who died tragically in July 2019 after battling mental health struggles. Although Morgan's life was cut way too short, her legacy of unconditional love remains. Morgan's message was created by her family and former teammates with a mission to eliminate the stigma surrounding mental health, normalize the conversations about mental health, and ensure that mental health is treated equally to physical health for all student athletes. For more information on Morgan's life and legacy on how you can help those with mental health struggles, please visit morgansmessage.org. Ladies and gentlemen, rise if you are able and remove your hats as we give a moment of silence in remembrance of Morgan Rogers. Thank you. Please see the Morgan's message table and the hidden opponent tables for resources on mental health and how you can get involved. Fans, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. good luck to
We
both
welcome you
teams.
back to Gil Cone Field here on the campus of Brevard College as we get going for another 3-game set. It looks like we have some beautiful weather ahead this week and blue skies today after a rainy start to the day as Brevard and Capital face off. Ryan Wilkes with you here live on YouTube. Two teams that are combined 9-0. Brevard off to a NCAA era best 6-0 start, but this is probably their biggest challenge yet as they face off with a Capital team 3-0, has scored 20 runs in 2 of its 3 games so far this season, but they'll have to face off against the righty Jonathan Germany, who went 5 2/3, 5 innings against Berea, struck out 5, earned his first win for Brevard after a great outing, and he'll face off against a Capital lineup who has hit 12 home runs, the most in the country, although their first series was played at high school field. Have to take that into consideration, no less. Definitely power on this Capital team as they come to town from Ohio, right outside Columbus. Capital treks to Brevard for a 3-game set this weekend as Germany warms up on the mound, looking at the infield right to left. We got Davis Anders, who had a grand slam against Berea. Tyson Hinkle's at second. Nico Bartolotti back in the order. He's at shortstop. A member of the D3Baseball.com National Team of the Week and the USA South Player of the Week, Lucas Woodard at the hot corner at third. As we get going this morning, Casey Shanks behind the dish for the Tornadoes. And in the outfield, right to left, we got Tyler Kelson. In center, Bryson Jenright. And in left is Logan Sawyer. So Sawyer back in the lineup as we get going today. Here between Brevard and Capital, Germany finishing his warm-up.
Left fielder number 2, Charlie.
Get going today. It's Charlie Colson to lead things off. As Shanks and Germany work together here this morning, as Colson will stand in. First appearance for Colson in 2026, as he will stand in from the left side. Germany, the righty, in the windup. Colson awaits the first pitch of the ball game. It's fired in. It's high and away for ball 1. Next pitch home to Colson is taken inside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to get us going today, Germany and Colson. As we'll go 1, 2, 3 in the order, Keelan Lamar is on deck for Capital here in the top half of the first. We'll play 2 today between Brevard and Capital as Colson's check swing tips off his bat and the count moves 2-1. We'll play 2 games this afternoon as Brevard and Capital kick off a 3-game set on what's been an extremely busy week here on the campus of Brevard College. The right-handed Germany to the left-handed Colson, a 2-1 count. Germany fires high and away. And the count is 3 balls and a strike. This Brevard pitching staff has been excellent. 4th in Division III in team ERA, 193, and 9th in strikeout to walk ratio, but a 3-1 count here for Colson. He takes high, ball 4. So Colson puts a leadoff runner aboard for the Capital Comets here this morning, as Keelan Lamar will stand in from the right side with the runner on first in Colson. Talented Capital team. Colson, his first at-bat of the year, and he gets aboard with a walk. Lamar hitting .385 and has started all 3 games this season. Check over to first on Colson. He's back in ahead of the throw. Great week for the Tornadoes, but they face off with the Capital squad, who is impressed this year. Again, 20-plus runs in each of its first 2 games before a 8-0 win against Asbury a couple days ago. Pitch home is low and outside. Count of ball in, no strikes. Germany a little bit shaky in his first start with the Tornadoes against Johnson and Wales, but certainly delivered in his last outing. 5 innings with a handful of strikeouts in his first Tornado win as Colson takes a sizable lead off first. Andrews covers. And a 1-0 count. The pitch home to Lamar is fouled off. And the count evens to the ball and a strike. Good to see Sawyer and Bartolotti back out there for the Tornadoes too, the veteran presence on this team. As Germany works from the stretch, Anders holding Colson aboard first. The righty comes set of the belt. Kicks and deals a 1-1. It runs up and in and hits Lamar on the back. That will put runners on first and second with nobody out for Bryce Keys. Bryce Keys, 3 home runs in the opening weekend. Again, I mentioned the dimensions there are a little bit tighter playing at a high school field. Nonetheless, a lot of power for this Capital team as Cam Cook goes out to talk with Germany here with some traffic on the base paths with nobody out. First and second after Colson walked, Lamar hit by a pitch, and the dangerous Keys stands in. Bryce Keys so far in 3 starts, .583 average, 7 hits and 12 at-bats. Came around to score 9 times. 3 home runs, 7 RBI for the sophomore Keys. He'll stand in here with Harrison on deck. Robbie Harrison hitting .429, so it doesn't get much easier from here for Jonathan Germany, the transfer from Thomas, who again had a really nice start his last time out. Looks to deliver here again, but some early traffic for the Capital Comets. Lamar off first, Colson off second. Germany comes set in the stretch. First and second, nobody out for the Brevard defense here in the top half of the first. Germany comes home, a called strike on the inner edge, and it's no balls and a strike. Germany looking to work back in this first inning. 6 2/3, 4 allowed hits for Germany, and a .540 ERA coming into this contest as he sets. Runners off first and second. Germany twirls and throws back to second. It plunks Colson in the back, and he's back in safely. Apologies if throughout today's action I lose my voice at all. We've had a very busy week, and that continues today, tomorrow, and Sunday as well. As crossover season really reaching its peak. Softball will get going Sunday. Women's lacrosse, its season opener today. The pitch home is outside to Keys, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Brevard had some time off, did not have a midweek game this week, preparing for this Capital team as Germany. The righty looks home to the lefty Keys and fires. Keys, a chopper out towards second, scooped up. Hinkle goes to second for 1, back to first. In time, double play. Huge double play turn started by Hinkle to Bartolotti, then back to Anders, and quickly there's 2 down. As Colson does advance to third, but you'd be glad to trade that for that double play. Hinkle has been all over the infield so far this year. He's had appearances at third, at short, now moves over to second. As Harrison stands in, runner on third, but 2 away. Swing and a miss up high for a strike, and it's 0-1. Whatever was said between Cam Cook and Jonathan Germany on that visit must have worked. Quick double play turn, and now up 0-1 in this count with Harrison. No score in the top of the first. Germany fires home. It runs inside, but Harrison gets out of the way. And the count is a ball and a strike with 2 away. Germany comes set, fires home the 1-1. It's a chopper that goes foul. And the count is 1-2. Germany 1 strike away from getting out of an inning that started putting runners on first and second. Nobody out. The double play that went 4-6-3. And now a 1-2 count with the catcher Harrison. He comes set at the belt. Colson leads off third. Germany kicks, fires a high fly ball that will go out of play. And the count remains 1-2. Tornadoes will send Jenwright, Woodard, and Anders to the plate in the home half of the first, but still got to get that last out here against this talented Capital offense. Count remains 1-2 as Jonathan Germany sets the belt. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Germany gets him. His first punch out is a big one. That keeps Capital off the board in the top half of the first. We head to the bottom half after the Tornadoes escape the top half of the first. No score when we go to the bottom half of the first right here live on YouTube. Back here at Gilcone Field, it looked dangerous for the Tornadoes to start that frame. A walk and a hit by pitch. Then pitching coach Cam Cook came out and had a conversation with Jonathan Germany. He proceeded to get Capital ground into a double play, and he struck out Harrison to end the inning and stranded a runner on third. As the Tornadoes come to the plate in the home half of the first. Scoreless ball game, and it'll be Andricks. Nash Andricks, the righty, the sophomore, will get the start today. Comes into this one. It's his second start. 2 innings, he allowed 3 hits and an earned run, 3 strikeouts in his first appearance here for Capital. As we get going with Jenright, Woodard, and Anders. Pretty dangerous top of the order. Woodard, you look at his average. It's an excellent start for Lucas Woodard. 11 hits and 17 at-bats and 13 RBI. And Jenright has started to get his footing here in his freshman season. Started just 1 for 10. But he's 3 for 8 in his last 8 at-bats. 4 RBI, was 3/4 of the way to the cycle the last time out against Berea. As the lefty stands in against the right-handed Andricks. No score, bottom 1. Wind up in the offering from Andricks, high and away in the count. A ball in, no strikes. Beautiful day for baseball as we'll play 2. They shifted it around because the weather looked sketchy tomorrow, but that has since pulled back a little bit. Looks like we'll play baseball tomorrow as well, as the pitch is outside in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. It'd be great to see Brevard getting a 3-game set after having it cut short Berea the past weekend, as pitch finds the heart of the dish in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Jenright, a very talented freshman. It was his first career multi-hit game against Berea. He fouls it off, and the count moves 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, bases empty, nobody out here in the home half of the first, with the ever-dangerous Lucas Woodard awaiting on deck. As the right-handed Andricks winds, fires a 2-2. Jenright skies it high left side. It's playable down the third baseline. Will be taken care of for out number 1. Clifton gets underneath that one as Woodard will stand in. We'll take a look at the Capital infield. Keys at first, Lamar at second, a shortstop Gully, third base, Clifton, who just put it away for the first out. And behind the plate is Harrison. As Woodard hitting .647, good for USA South Player of the Week, takes upstairs for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. 5 extra base hits of those 11 for Woodard, 3 doubles, a triple, a home run. As he tips this one foul, the count evens at a ball and a strike. Anders on deck, he homered against Berea, grand slam. And .385, and then the red-hot bat of Gavin McCoy waits in the hole. So this top 4, not easy for any opposing pitcher. As Andricks tries to work through, he's got 1 out with the bases empty as Woodard fouls it off, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Davis Anders awaiting on deck. wind up in the 1-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's not easy to do. Strike out Lucas Woodard, but Andrix does it. It's the first time Woodard struck out in 18 at-bats, as Anders stands in with the bases empty and 2 down. Anders trying to create some traffic for the Tornadoes here in the home half of the first, as Andrix has gotten soft contact and a strikeout. Anders, a powerful bat at the dish, watches the first pitch outside for ball 1. We had Davis on our last episode, Tornado Talk. That was a ton of fun to catch up with him and get to know him a little bit, the transfer from Mars Hill, as he bats from the right side with 2 down. A windup in the offering from Andrix is a called strike. Count evens at 1-1. Efficient start for Andrix so far, yet to allow base runner here in the first, as Anders tries to create some 2-out traffic with McCoy and Bartolotti waiting on deck. This pitch on the outside corner for a called strike 2, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Andrix flowing here. He fires the 1-2, an off-speed pitch that Anders lifts left side. Clifton gave it a look as well as the catcher Harrison, but it goes out of play. And the count remains 1-2. Andrix in position for his second strikeout of the frame, with Gavin McCoy standing on deck and Bartolotti in the hole. So far, there's not been an easy out in this order. Logan Sawyer struggling just a little bit, hitting 182, but you Brevard fans that have watched him for years know what he can do, and will certainly get going throughout this season. Count remains 1-2 on Anders. He stands back in from the right side as Andrix winds, fires the 1-2, and Sawyer pokes it back to the backstop to stay alive. The count remains 1-2. He's trying to find a way to get through on Andrix here in the first. Has had Brevard a little bit off balance, an offense that really hasn't struggled against anybody so far. Andrix trying to be the first as Anders lines this one left side. Clifton gloves it for the 3rd out of the inning. First hard contact of the contest. Anders out on the line drive. And we head to the top of the second. No score right here live on YouTube.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Ty Clifton will lead things off. He had 2 nice defensive plays in the bottom of the first. No score. Good stuff for both sides so far from the pitchers. Germany faced a little traffic in the first, but double play and a strikeout got him out of it. As he deals to Clifton, he clubs it to right, a hard hit ball, and this one will get down the base of the wall. Clifton rounds first. He's heading for second, and he's in there standing up with a double.
fielder number 22, Justin Weaver.
So first hit of the ball game goes the way of the Comets. It's Clifton with a double, a stand-up double, his 6th hit of the season. And it'll give way to Weaver here with a runner in scoring position and nobody out. Germany in the stretch, takes a peek back to second. But will come home with the first offering. It's up and in for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes. So the first hit of the game is a leadoff double for Clifton, who has done it both offensively and defensively so far here for the Comets. A ball and no strikes to Weaver as Germany comes set. Kicks and fires home. It's outside. Good job by Shanks behind the dish to keep that one in front. And not allow any advancement there on second. Certainly a challenge for the Tornadoes here in the early season. A very talented Capital team coming to town. As Germany comes set, Clifton dances around off second. Long low cone. Germany kicks and fires. A called strike at the top of the zone, and it's 2-1. Weaver's in the box. Here with nobody out. As Mastro Rosa awaits on deck. The 2-1. Bunt popped down the first baseline and fouled. Off the bat of Weaver, and now the count moves 2-2. So Mastro Rosa waits on deck. With nobody out here, Capital looking to crack the score column first. Germany was able to dance out of trouble in the first. We'll see if he can do so again here in the second. The righty takes a brief peek back to second. Kicks in, actually, he'll look back to second on Weaver, who was dancing around. Actually, Clifton, who was on second. Weaver in the box, awaiting this 2-2 offering from Jonathan Germany. Germany looking for a second punch out, more importantly, the first out of the frame. As he kicks and fires, this one dribbled right side to Anders at first. He'll take it himself, but it's a productive first out as it moves Clifton 90 feet to third. And a runner on the corner here for Mastroza. So Mastroza stands in. Righty-righty matchup here with one away, and with one out, Capital certainly threatening here in the second. Runner on third, one away. As Germany deals a strike on the inner edge, and the count 0-1. Only one hit for either side. It's Clifton, who led the inning off with a double, stands on third after the ground out to first by Weaver. Much more productive than a strikeout was the ground out there as a 0-1 runs a little further inside. The count is 1-1. Busy weekend kicking off here with baseball. We'll have lacrosse, women's lacrosse at 5 o'clock. My buddy Martine will be taking you through all your coverage starting at 5. And then tomorrow we'll have the series finale here for baseball as this one is clubbed to left. Tyler Kelson lost his footing and gets past him in left field. Scoring easily is Clifton. And it's an RBI double, I believe, for Mastroza. 1-0 Capital here in the second. Actually, that was Sawyer in left who lost his footing a bit. Maybe still some wet grass out there. There was some rain this morning. As Capital kicks off the scoring here in the second. Looked like Woodard had or Sawyer had a good jump on that one and left, but just tripped up a little bit. Would have resulted in the run nonetheless, but still only one out here for Gully. Germany sets and fires home, a swing and a foul tip. And the count is 0-1. It's been a rarity that Brevard has trailed this season only one time, and that was in the first game of the season against Johnson and Wales. Otherwise, the Tornadoes have led pretty much wire to wire this season, even in the midweek against the talented Guilford team. Germany sets, deals a 0-1. Swing and a miss down low, strike 2. Jonathan looking to limit the damage to just 1 here in the top half of the second. He's over 20 pitches at 25. So far in this outing through an inning and a third of work. He comes set. Kicks and deals a 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good response from Jonathan Germany as he gets his second punch out. This time on Gully. And his first at bat of the season. As Andrasic stands in. Actually, Gully hit 2 home runs in that first series. My sheet a little inaccurate. Part of the 12 home runs hit for Capital so far this year. As right-handed Germany looking to limit the damage to just 1 here against Andrasic. With a runner on second and 2 away, Andrasic lifts this one to left. It'll get down for a base hit. Sawyer comes up throwing. So the runner stops at third. As the ball does nick away, now Shanks steals home to Germany, and he tags out the runner at home. Mastroza saw the ball get away and decided to take off for home. Shanks was off the plate, but Germany heads up to get back to the dish and tag out Mastroza for the third out. So an unorthodox way to get that final out, but nonetheless, we head to the home half of the second. It's 1-0 Capital when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon Espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Gavin McCoy will stand in for the Tornadoes against Andrix here with a 1-0 lead in favor of Capital. But a great job by both Germany and the Tornadoes defense, especially on that wonky play to end the inning. It was a single to left, and Mastroza rounding around third saw the ball get away from Logan Woodard that allowed Casey Shanks to come away from the plate, but he didn't see Germany backing up there. And it went 7-2-1 for the final out of the top of the second. Here's McCoy. He swings and misses on the first offering from Andrix, who has been solid so far. And his first inning of work didn't allow a base runner there in the first. As he got Anders to line out to end the frame and added a strikeout there in the first inning. Next pitch to McCoy. He fights it off high and away. And the count is 0-2. Nico Bartolotti on deck. Good to see him return the order. I think he was dealing with a little bit of an illness against Berea. This time of year, when the weather changes on a dime, bugs start going around. And I think that was just a case of that in the Brevard clubhouse. 0-2 to McCoy. Swings and misses upstairs. Strike 3. McCoy chase, and Andrix has his second strikeout. As Bartolotti will step up. The base is empty and 1 down. This order, you look up and down the lineup, there's really not an easy spot of the order, at least not so far this season, with Bartolotti, 4 starts this season, hitting .636, a member of the D3Baseball.com National Team of the Week as he takes a called strike. And it's 0-1 with the bases empty. Brevard still searching for its first hit here in the second. And Bartolotti's a good candidate for that with the way he's been playing so far this year. And he skies one out to left. Left fielder giving chase on the run. It'll get down over his head. Bartolotti rounds first. He'll stand up at second. Actually, he'll slide in for a sliding double. And right on cue, Nico Bartolotti has a first tornado hit. And he's into scoring position for Tyson Hinkle. Picking up right where he left off as he punched it over the left fielder at Colson's head. And got all the way to second. And he's in the scoring position for Hinkle, who again has been another guy who's not been an easy out so far. Hitting .579, 11 for 19 is Hinkle, with 8 RBI this season. Triple and a home run to his name as well, as he watches the first pitch high for a ball. First traffic that Andrix has had to deal with so far today. With Bartolotti on second, Hinkle in the box, Sawyer on deck. As Andrix sets and fires home to Hinkle, he skies one high to right. Right fielder comes in, he's underneath it. As he catches it in shallow right field, Bartolotti not far enough to advance him. As Weaver puts it away for the second out. And now Logan Sawyer will step up, with Bartolotti remaining on second and 2 down. So Andrix 1 out away from keeping this a 1-0 ball game in favor of the Comets. But Sawyer looking to change that. Again, Logan, a guy that is looking to get going, just 2 for his first 11. As he awaits the pitch from the right side. Andrix fires home a strike at the bottom of the zone, and the count 0-1. Just a gorgeous day for baseball. Can't ask for anything better than this on a sunny and clear Friday afternoon here in Brevard, North Carolina. As the right-handed Andrix comes up the belt, Bartolotti dances around off second base. Kicks and fires the 0-1. It's a breaking ball that misses the hair inside. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Top half of the third coming up, we'll see the top of the order return with Colson, Lamar, and Keys. Next pitch home is high. Count moves 2-1. These two teams off to similar starts, although Capitals played 3 less games. The offenses have been stellar for both sides throughout the early stretch of the season. As a 2-1 to Sawyer, taking high again, ball 3. Casey Shanks, a freshman who's 4 for his first 6 at-bats in college, awaits on deck with Tyler Kels in the hole as the Tornadoes try to keep the line moving here in the home half of the second. A 3-1 home, Andrix to Sawyer, who fouls it back to the fencing right here in front of the press box, and the count full at 3-2. Scoreboard's full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 away. Also, hope you're enjoying these added camera angles. Will Weathers has been excellent helping us get this all set up. It's a really cool new added aspect. Not perfect, but we're getting there with these cameras as Sawyer punches it back again. Count remains full at 3-2. Got our guy Manuel working the sticks over here. Keeping you all with these new angles, some zoomed angles, some wide angles. We're just trying to put it all together. As the count remains full on Sawyer, Bartolotti off second with 2 down here in the bottom half of the second. Capital in front in the series opener, the payoff home to Sawyer, who takes ball 4 downstairs. And we'll keep the line moving to Casey Shanks. It's first and second with 2 outs for the freshman Shanks. One of the 3 catchers we've seen so far this year. 2 of them are freshmen, with Shanks and Declan Duffy, as well as Hunter Busquet, who's not in the lineup here for game 1, but I'm sure we'll see him at some point this weekend, as well as Declan Duffy. As head coach Vinny Carone kind of cycling through those 3 guys. Not a bad option in the 3. As the first pitch home to Shanks is outside for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes. Bartolotti on second after the 1-out double. And Sawyer works a 2-out walk to get aboard first. 1 ball, no strikes to the freshman Shanks as Andrix takes a peek back to second. But kicks and deals a 1-0 home to Casey. He takes a call and strike on a bending breaking ball. That catches the heart of the plate, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. First and second with 2 down, the 1-1 home to Shanks. gets away from the catcher, Harrison. And Bartolotti to third, Sawyer to second. 2 ducks on the pond now for Casey Shanks and a 2-1 count. Andrix, who's lived in the zone for his first inning in 2/3, bounces that one away. And now puts a tying run 90 feet away. Shanks here in a big spot, still just the second inning, but runs may come at a premium today with 2 talented arms as Shanks swings and misses over top of a breaking ball, and the count moves 2-2. Deuce is wild on the scoreboard, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. As Brevard looks for the equalizer here in the second, the 2-2 home from Andrix, he fouls it back to stay alive to Shanks, and the count remains 2-2. Big at-bat here again early in this ball game, but Brevard looking to get it going offensively, an offense that has not really been slowed by any of the 3 teams they've seen so far this year, in Johnson and Wales, Guilford, and Berea. But a different challenge here today, the 2-2 home, downstairs, ball 3. Full count to Casey Shanks. First base is unoccupied, so again, not the worst thing in the world to walk Shanks here with 2 outs, but you'd rather end the inning if you're Andrix in this Capital defense, with Tyler Kelson awaiting on deck, then back to the top of the order with Bryson Jenright. Andrix sets the payoff home to Shanks. He pokes it to right field. The right fielder stays right where he is and puts it away for the 3rd out. So the Tornado strand runners on 2nd and 3rd as Weaver puts it away for the 3rd out. So the Tornadoes get some traffic for the first time today, but come out scoreless in the home half of the second. We hit the top of the 3rd. Capital retains its 1-0 lead right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Back here for the top half of the 3rd. Capital leads 1-0. Brevard had some traffic on the base pass for the first time today, but came up empty. As Shanks poked one in the opposite field, it was taken care of by Weaver. As Germany gets back to work, top of the order with Colson. First pitch is a called strike, and it's 0-1. So the first time around, it was Colson's first at bat as he pokes this one to the right side. Anders takes care of it on one hop, dishes over to the covering Germany, and Colson beats it out. He dove into first. Bang, bang play at first. That call could have gone either way, but it's an infield single for Colson. As Kalen Lamar stands in. Great hustle there from Colson. Just heads up play. Saw the pitcher was coming over to cover, and the dive helps him beat out the underhand dish from Anders as Lamar stands in from the right side. The runner on first and nobody out. This pitch runs high and in. And it's a ball to Keelan Lamar. As Germany takes his time to reset on the mound, Shanks has to adjust his catching gear. We've seen that a couple times this year. Maybe some pitch calm issues for Shanks as he puts his gear back on. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this live stream. I've been having a ton of fun calling the Brevard College baseball team so far this year, and it's obviously been more fun to see some winning baseball. 6 straight to open the year for the Tornadoes, but obviously a new challenge coming to town today and tomorrow in the Capital Comets. As Colson takes his lead off first after the infield single, Germany sets in the stretch, working with Lamar here. And a 1-0 count. Germany fires. This one lifted to left, but tailing down the line and foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count evens. 4 hits for Capital so far. The latest, that infield single from Colson. And just 1 hit for Brevard. It was that 1-out double from Nico Bartolotti, who keeps the stick hot despite missing a couple games last week. As Germany sets the belt, takes a peek over to first on Colson, and he's back standing up. Ball and a strike the count. Germany to Lamar with Keys on deck. As Jonathan sets, kicks and fires a 1-1. Lamar turns away from a pitch inside. And the count, 2 balls and a strike. Keys, one of the hottest players, not only on his team, but in this league so far for Capital. Another check over to first. Tight play at the bag, but Colson is underneath the tag. Keys was OAC Athlete of the Week for Capital after a great start to the season in those 3 games against Asbury. 2-1 the count. Germany to Lamar. Another peek over to first on Colson, who's underneath the tag. Keeping a tight eye on Colson. Obviously has some speed as he beat out that dribbler to the right side. 1-0 Capital here in the top half of the third. Working with a runner on first and nobody out. Long set for Germany. He kicks and fires a 2-1. Just misses the outside corner. In the count, 3 balls and a strike. Lamar threatening to get aboard and move Colson over to second here in a hitter's count. Right-handed Germany comes set, delivers a 3-1. It's high, ball 4. So a walk, second free pass of the game for Germany. That makes it first and second. Nobody out for Keys. Keys off to a hot start. Has mashed 3 home runs, part of Capital's 12. As Colson stands on second, Lamar on first. With nobody out here in the top half of the third inning. Germany comes set at the belt. Takes a peek back to second. But will come home with the first pitch to Keys. That is high for ball 1. No midweek game for Brevard, so have to assume much of the bullpen is ready and available here in this ball game. Still not a danger zone for Jonathan Germany. He's only dealt 36 pitches and has done a nice job dancing out of some tough situations. None tougher than this one right here. Runners on first and second with nobody out and dealing with arguably the best hitter in this Capital order with Keys at the dish. The lefty back in the box, awaiting the 1-0 from Germany with Lamar leading off first. Colson off second. The 1-0 pitch home is hit to the opposite field. Down the line, it'll drop for extra bases. Rounding third, coming home is Colson as Sawyer picks it up and left, comes up firing. That holds Lamar at third. But an RBI double from Bryce Keys, and it's 2-0 Capital. He took it opposite field, and Sawyer was playing over closer to the gap, and it got down the line for extra bases. And Capital extends its lead here in the third inning. Here is Harrison, the catcher, hitting from the right side, 0 for 1 today. As Germany comes set for a righty-righty matchup here. He kicks and fires. Check swing. I think he went around. Yes, he did. For strike one, and the count 0-1. On Harrison. Clifton awaits on deck. Weaver in the hole. As Capital tallies its 5th hit of the ball game, and Keys collects his 8th RBI of the season. The 0-1. Harrison takes downstairs and outside. Count evens at a ball and a strike. One ball and a strike. Brevard still searching for the first down of the inning, and an opportunity here for Capital to grow this lead further as the 1-1 is swung on a miss downstairs, and it's 1-2. 1 run in the second, now 1 here in the third, and still 3 outs to work with. 2 runners in scoring position. Earlier, Germany had a double play to give them quick 2 outs, but not in a position, at least traditionally, to do so here. As a 1-2 home to Harrison, he clubs this one to left. Sawyer giving chase down the line. It will go foul. And the count remains 1-2. Harrison will retrieve his bat, face another 1-2 offering from Jonathan Germany. So Keys on second, Lamar on third. One thing that has been good from the Brevard outfield today is the urgency of getting the ball back in. I think that ball could have easily resulted in 2 runs, but Logan Sawyer, the veteran in left field, was quick to get the ball back in, hold Lamar at third. And keep it a 2-0 ball game on the RBI double from Keys. This one to Harrison runs inside. Count evens at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Second and third for Capital here in the top half of the third inning, looking for more than just 1. And this half inning. Next pitch home, a swing and a miss. Strike 3, huge punch out for Germany, his third. And it's the first out of the top of the third inning. As Ty Clifton will step up from the left side. Big first out for Germany in this Tornado defense. Clifton, the third baseman, has had a couple nice plays defensively. And he's 1 for 1 today. First pitch home from Germany, downstairs. Clifton watches. And the count of ball and no strikes. Germany working from the stretch here. Trying to limit the damage to just 1 and keep Brevard well within striking distance as we head through the first third of this ball game. Pitch home. Fouled off to the left side, and the count a ball and a strike. 2 of the hotter offenses this season. Brevard ranks near the top in multiple offensive statistical categories. 3rd in D3 in runs. Behind only Huntington and Pomona Pitzer. Both teams have played 1 more game than the Tornadoes, so if you even the tallies, I think Brevard will be one of, if not the top offense in the country so far, as Germany deals the pitch low, and it's 2-1. Clifton in the box. Weaver is on deck with Master Rosa in the hole for this Capital offense in the top half of the third inning. 2 runs on 5 hits so far for the Comets. No runs on 1 hit, as Andrix has done well for the Capital pitching staff so far to keep this dangerous Brevard offense off the board. The 2-1 is grounded right side, down the right field line. Lamar scores. Rounding third is Keys, but he pulls up and stops right there. But an RBI single makes it 3-0 off the bat of Weaver, or Clifton, as Weaver will stand in now with runners on the corners and 1 down. Unfamiliar territory here for Brevard. This team is trailed by no more than 2 runs, now the largest deficit of the season so far. That's the only deficit this season so far through the first 6 games. Came in the second inning against Johnson and Wales, where the Wildcats put up 7 to make it 7-5. Other than that, Brevard has led every game wire to wire as a pitch, as a called strike. Shanks throws it down to try and get the runner at second. But Clifton slides in safely, taking away the double play opportunity for the Tornadoes. The count moves 0-1 on Weaver. And makes it 2nd and 3rd with 1 down. Germany sets the belt, fires home the 0-1. It's up and in. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Germany approaching 50 pitches. He's allowed 6 hits. All 3 runs have been earned with 3 strikeouts and 2 walks. And 2 1/3 so far for the right-handed pitcher. He comes home with a 0-1. This one dribbled down the left field line, but foul. And count moves 1-2. Capital with a chance to blow this one open a bit with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 outs to work with here in the top half of the third. But Germany trying to keep the Tornadoes within striking distance. The pitch home is a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He got him for his 4th. And there's 2 down. A huge second out for Germany in this Tornado defense, as it'll give way to Mastroza. Mastroza 1 for 1. And will stand in from the right side with 2 down in the frame. Germany again working from the stretch, comes set. Fires home the first pitch to Mastroza. He watches it inside for a ball. And the count's a ball and no strikes. Germany takes his time off the rubber. Here in a 1-0 count with Mastroza. As the righty kicks and deals, this one skied high towards right field. Hinkle after it, as well as the right fielder Kelson, but it will be Hinkle to take care of it for the 3rd out. But Capital does get 2, extends its lead to 3, but big-time work from Jonathan Germany to strand runners on 2nd and 3rd. And that will send us to the home half of the 3rd inning. Brevard looks for an answer, trailing by 3 right here live on YouTube. Back here live on YouTube, Brevard faces its largest deficit so far of the young season, 3-0. Here as we enter the home half of the third, I want to take a second to thank our corporate sponsors. One of the title sponsors for Brevard College Baseball. Brevard College Baseball fans, after the final out, keep the hustle going at Hustle Wing Company. Snap a selfie or check in on our socials on game day and score this deal. Buy 6 wings, get 6 free. That's right, double the wings, same great flavor. Celebrate the win and fuel up like a champion. Hustle on over to Hustle Wing Company, where Brevard baseball comes to eat. So thank you to Hustle Wing Company, one of our 2 title sponsors here for Brevard College Baseball. It's been a good partnership for head coach Vinny Corona in this program, who, again, is off to an NCAA-era best start, 6-0 this season, but Capital has been in control so far today. Brevard looks for an answer, only 1 hit so far. As we round out the first trip through the order with Tyler Kelson, who will stand in from the right side with the bases empty and nobody out to face off with Nash Andricks, who has held this Brevard offense scoreless, which has been a rarity so far this year. As Kelson will kick off the home half of the third. First pitch home to Tyler. He pops up a bunt. Out of play in the count. 0-1. Couple of RBI knocks in the frame for Capital. But again, a great job, all things considered, from Jonathan Germany to limit the damage there. And strand 2 runners in scoring position as Andricks works in the windup. Kelson tips in the glove of Harrison for strike 2. And it's 0-2. Jen Wright awaits on deck, then Lucas Woodard. As the top 4 in the Tornadoes order all went down before the 1-out double from Nico Bartolotti in the second. The 0-2 to Kelson. He fouls it back to the backstop to stay alive. Just got a piece of that one to spoil it out of the hand of Nash Andricks, who approaches 40 pitches in his outing so far. 2 innings so far. Has allowed 1 hit, a walk, and 2 strikeouts as he deals up and into Kelson. And the count moves 1-2. Tyler, the sophomore, out of Duluth, Georgia, 2 for 7 so far this year, with 3 RBI, a double, walked twice as he pokes this one back again. Foul. Really nice job at the plate. Just spoil a couple pitches. See a couple from Andrix here. And staying alive here in a 1-2 count. The wind and the 1-2 home again is high. And count evens at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Base is empty, nobody out for this Tornado offense. Looking to make a dent in this 3-run deficit in the home half of the third. The 2-2 is a swing and a miss. Strike 3, third strikeout for Andrix as he pumps it by Kelson. And there's one down here in the third inning. Here's Bryson Jenright back to the top of the order for the Tornadoes as the freshman will stand in from the left side. This is a guy this coaching staff is really excited about. Got off to a bit of a slow start, but that's expected for a freshman, but he's really been good as of late as he takes downstairs. The count of ball in, no strikes. Jenright out of Hudson, North Carolina. First multi-hit game of his career. Against Berea, he went 3 for 3 with a single, double, and triple. Was just missing the home run as he laces this one down the right field line, but is tailing foul. Count evens the ball and a strike. A dangerous bat of Lucas Woodard awaits on deck. In his first at-bat, he was struck out for the first time this season. In his 18th at-bat as he takes outside, Jenright does. And the count's 2-1. On Bryson. Righty-lefty matchup here between Andrix and Jenright. With the bases empty and one down. In the home half of the third, the pitch home paints the inside corner for a called strike. And the evens at 2-2. Andrix looking for strikeout number 4 as he works in this count with Jenright. The righty winds, delivers a 2-2. Bryson watches a called strike 3 at the top of the zone. Back-to-back strikeouts for Andrix. And there's 2 down with the bases empty for Woodard. Woodard looks to deliver with 2 outs and at least keep the line moving to Davis Andrews, who stands on deck after Andrix strikes out the first 2 Tornadoes to come to the dish. The first pitch home to Lucas is high for a ball. It's a ball and no strikes. Woodard, the USA South Player of the Week. After a scorching hot start, 11 for 17 with 5 extra base hits. As a 1-0 to Lucas is outside for ball 2. Again, you couldn't ask for much of a better start on both sides of the ball. Tornadoes collected 2 weekly honors, 1 national and 1 within the conference, with Nico Bartolotti named the D3Baseball.com National Team of the Week as Woodard takes high and the count quickly moves 3 balls and no strikes. Andrix working comfortably. Again, a walk here wouldn't be the worst thing. The base is empty and you only need 1 more out to get to the 4th as take all the way from Woodard, a called strike, and it's 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 away. Bases empty for Woodard, who has 13 RBI on the season to lead the team. The 3-1 home to Lucas. Taken for a called strike, a breaking ball that paints the inside corner. And the count moves full at 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Lucas Woodard in this Tornado offense. As the right-handed Andrix winds, fires, payoff, swing and miss up high. Strike 3. Andrix strikes out the side in the third. And we head to the 4th. Tornadoes trail 3-0 when we come back on the other side here live on YouTube.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Back here, top half of the fourth. Andrick strikes out the side and keeps the momentum with the Comets as we enter the top half of the fourth, 1/3 of the way through this one. Tornadoes trail 3-0, largest deficit of the young season for this Tornado team, who really hasn't played from behind at all, despite that one game that ended in a 17-8 season opening win for the Tornadoes against Johnson and Wales. But today, Capital has come in and made a statement so far with complimentary offense and defense, 3 runs on 6 hits for Capital, while Nash Andricks has held the Tornadoes to no runs on a lone hit, which is Nico Bartolotti's double in the second. And he gets through the first 2 hitters in the Tornado order, struck out Kelson to start it, then punched down Chenwright looking and got Woodard to swing up high after trailing 3-0 in the count. And this half inning starts with Gully. Then Andrasic on deck. And we'll go back to the top for Colson. First pitch home from Germany is a chopper left side off the bat of Gully and foul. And the count, 0-1. Would be a big time for Jonathan Germany to steal a scoreless fourth as he winds and fires a pitch that catches the outside corner. And it is 0-2. Gully has started all 3 games, make it 4. As it's downstairs and the count moves 1-2. Coming into today, .455 average, 5 hits and 11 at-bats, 2 home runs for Gully. As Germany winds and fires, this one punched to the right side and foul. And the count remains 1-2. Base is empty for Gully with Andrasic standing on deck. The 1-2 off the plate. Count evens at 2-2. Just inches, maybe centimeters away from a called strike 3, but Germany misses outside, and the count evens at 2-2. He works quickly in the windup, winds, fires a 2-2 pitch, misses outside again. Trying to paint that outside corner, but just missing here as the count moves full at 3-2. Good discipline from Gully to hold off on pitches that are real close on the outside corner. The payoff pitch is lifted to center. Center fielder on the run, he'll make the play for the first out. So he wins the battle with Gully, forces some soft contact out to center, and it's put away by Jenwright for out number 1. Andrasic stands in now from the right side with the bases empty and 1 down. Germany winds quickly. Kicks and fires as Andrasic lays down a bunt right back towards the mound for Germany as he deals underhand to first for the second out. So 2 quick outs for Jonathan Germany as we head back to the top for Colson. So Colson will stand in from the left side. Germany looking for a big, quick 1-2-3, top half of the fourth. And try to spark this offense to get going when the home half of the fourth comes up. As Germany winds and fires, Colson takes on the outside corner for a called strike. Colson's 1 for 1. He walked his first time at the plate and then beat out a slow dribbler to the right side in his second time at the dish. The 0-1 off the plate. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Lamar is on deck. Keys, who ripped an RBI double his last time up, stands in the hole. The 1-1 from Germany. Misses outside again. Count moves 2-1. Again, not missing by much on that outer part of the plate as he tries to find the sweet spot here against Colson. The windup in the 2-1. Colson watches high and away, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike to count. Hitters count for Colson, looking to keep the train moving to a dangerous part of the order with Lamar and Keys awaiting. And a 3-0 lead for the Comets. Germany winds a 3-1 home to Colson. A dribbler right side that pokes through the right side of the infield and gives Colson his second knock. As Keelan Lamar stands in with 2 away. So a 2-out base hit, the 7th of the ball game for Capital. As Vinny Carone is coming out, looks like he's going to make the first call of the bullpen. We'll see who's coming in here for the Tornadoes. Germany's going to exit here. It looks like Burchett's going to come in for the Tornadoes. We'll talk about Aaron after his warm-up when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Aaron Burchett, the new arm in for the Tornadoes, taking over for Jonathan Germany after 3 2/3. As Colson stands on first, Keelan Lamar will stand into the batter's box to face off with Burchett, who again has been another guy who's just been excellent. 1-0 record, 6 1/3, 3 hits, a walk in, 9 strikeouts. 6 of them came in his last outing against Berea, where he pitched 2 innings, faced 6 guys, and set them all down via the punch-out. And a stellar performance for Burchett as he faces off with the dangerous bat of Keelan Lamar with a runner on first and 2 down. Lamar hit by a pitch and walked his last time up. One of the handful of home run hitters this year for Capital. Check over to first on Colson. He's back ahead of the tag for Manders. Seven hits for Capital, 1 coming here in the 4th as Lamar lifts one deep to left. Back on it is Sawyer against the wall. It drops. Lamar stands up at second. Colson scores all the way from first as that ball kept carrying out to left center. And it's 4-0 Capital. Lamar with the RBI double. And Colson taking off on contact on that towering fly ball to left. Is aboard second for Bryce Keys. 2-out production for the Comets here in the 4th to put up another and make it 4-0. Burchett works from the stretch with Casey Shanks behind the dish. Comes set the belt. As the lefty Keys awaits, Burchett fires a pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. And it's 0-1. Capital scored in the last 3 innings, 1 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, now 1 here in the 4th as Keys takes off the plate. Count evens at 1-1. Keys 1 for 2. RBI double his last time up. The OAC Player of the Week after a scorching hot start to the year. As he awaits a 1-1 from Burchett. Spins and fires, take all the way, but a balk called on Aaron Burchett. That sends Lamar to third. So Lamar now 90 feet away for Keys. Will re-enter the box from the left side. The pitch did not count, so they count back to 1-1. Right-handed Burchett sets, delivers the 1-1. It's downstairs, blocked up by Shanks. That holds Lamar at third. Good block by the freshman to keep that one in front. The speedy Lamar held at third. The count moves 2-1 on Keys. Harrison awaits on deck. Clifton in the hole for this Capital offense. The pitch home to Keys off the plate. Ball 3, I believe. The umpire had signaled 1-1 2 pitches ago. So Keys will head back to the batter's box. It's a 3-1 count on Bryce. As I think he took the balk as a ball, but it was not. The pitch just was null, and it will send Keys back to the batter's box. So the count 3-1 on Bryce Keys. And we'll see if he still ends up taking first base. Here in a 3-1 count. The righty Burchett sets, delivers, Keys down the right field line, but foul. And the count is full at 3-2. Big pitch up coming from Aaron Burchett to try and keep this a 4-0 ball game. Again, the offense for the Tornadoes has been dormant so far. Only one hit, but it's certainly an offense that can wake up in a hurry. And the pitching staff just trying to keep this deficit where it is. The pitch home to Keys is skied high to right. Kelson, a couple steps in, and puts it away for the third out. But Capital gets one run with 2 outs in the frame. It was a Keelan Lamar RBI double. And we head to the bottom of the fourth. The Tornadoes looking for an answer quick when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Andrick's getting his warm-up in for Capital. He has been rolling so far in a 4-0 lead for Capital. Take another second to thank one of our corporate sponsors. Long Cane Trails, LLC, based in Brevard, is a trail building company and a proud member of the Professional Trail Building Association for 24 years. We focus on designing and constructing multi-use trails for hikers, mountain bikers, equestrians, and UTV users. We aim to create trails that are built with long-term sustainability in mind, ensuring that users have a great time enjoying the trail's flow. To minimize our impact on the natural environment, we prioritize erosion control and proper drainage using rolling grade dips, rock armoring, and raised tread surfaces. By carefully balancing the use of machines and hand tools, we create trails that are both sustainable and enjoyable. It's Anders to lead off the home half of the fourth inning for the Tornadoes as Andricks deals a called strike. And it's 0-1. Pitch number 55 for Nash Andricks. And, man, he's been good so far. 1 hit, 1 walk, the only 2 blemishes on the line with no runs allowed and 5 strikeouts as he deals downstairs. Anders holds up and the count evens at a ball and a strike. It'll go Anders, McCoy, Bartolotti, Nico the lone hit for the Tornadoes so far with 1 out in the second. It was a double. Other than that, the Tornadoes have been held off the board in multiple ways. It's a pitch home to Davis Anders, corkscrews off the bat to the right side, curling back towards first base, but it stays foul. And the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, base is empty, nobody out for the Mars Hill transfer, Davis Anders. As he retrieves his bat and will face a 1-2, Andricks looking for strikeout number 6. And a dominant outing so far. Brevard is looking for anything to get going here in game 1. So we're about halfway through. In the bottom of the fourth, the windup and the 1-2. Anders cross the heart of the plate to call it strike 3. 6 punch out for Nash Andricks as he deals with Anders for the first out of the frame. Here's Gavin McCoy, 0 for 1. Top 4 in the order combined, 0 for 7 so far as McCoy looks to change that with the bases empty and 1 down. Andricks in the wind-up for Capital. Winds and fires the first pitch. It's outside. And the count of ball in, no strikes. McCoy talking to the coaching staff and talking to him, really one of the senior leaders on this team. As the wind-up in the 1-0 home to McCoy, skied high to center. It's going to be the second baseman to come over in shallow center field to take care of it for the second out. 2 quick outs for Andricks as Lamar comes over from his 4-hole to put it away. For the second out as Nico Bartolotti stands in from the left side. 1 for 1. He'll get his second appearance at the plate here with 2 away in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Andricks works from the wind-up and fires the first pitch home to Nico. Called strike on pitch number 61. Through 3 2/3 of work for Andricks. As he winds, fires a 0-1 to Nico. He pokes it over Lamar at second, and Nico has his second hit. It's a 2-out single to put a runner aboard for the Tornadoes with 2 away for Tyson Hinkle. Nico Bartolotti, even though the offense has struggled a bit today, picks up right where he left off as that average continues to tick up for the senior. As Hinkle, with 2 outs, will stand in from the right side. Only the second hit off Andricks, and both of them have come off the bat of Nico Bartolotti. As Hinkle stands in from the right side, Andricks working from the stretch, kicks and fires a pitch that's low and outside for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Bartolotti now 9 for 13. He's only been retired 4 times this season. As Andricks deals a 1-0 home to Hinkle, it's downstairs, ball 2. We'll see the Tornadoes have a little 2-out magic here in the 4th to get its first bit of momentum in this ball game. As Andricks working from the stretch, he's only done so a couple times today. Check over to first on Bartolotti. Not in time as Nico stands back up at the first base bag, gets his sliding mitt from assistant coach C.P. Pyle, the first base coach today. As Andricks in a 2-0 count here with Hinkle, kicks and delivers. Tyson ropes one to left, going back to the track, the wall, and Tyson Hinkle has left the yard for the second time this season.
Touch 'em all, big fly for number 3, Tyson Hinkle.
A straight line drive off the bat of Hinkle that kept carrying, and with 2 outs here in the 4th, Tyson Hinkle has a 2-run home run. It's 4-2. The Tornadoes do have some 2-out magic as it's the first hit that hasn't come from Nico Bartolotti. And that's exactly what the Tornadoes needed here in the 4th. Cuts the deficit in half. It's 4-2 as Logan Sawyer stands in from the right side. With a wind and fire from Andricks, it's up and in for a ball, and the count of ball in, no strikes. You can feel it in the air, just a surge of momentum. Finally, the Tornadoes crack the score column here in the 4th and make it 4-2 as Sawyer takes a called strike on the inner edge, and it's 1-1. We'll see how Andricks responds. He was really just cruising through this outing, but the Tornadoes apply pressure here in the bottom of the 4th as Sawyer looks to keep it alive. Takes off the outside corner of the plate for a ball, and it's 2-1. Logan in the box, Casey Shanks is on deck. With Tyler Kelson in the hole, round out the second trip through this Tornado order. As a wind and fire from Andricks, 2-1, a big cut and a miss from Sawyer, and it's 2-2. Deuce is wild on the scoreboard, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Sawyer walked his first time at the plate. Lone walk for Andricks in this appearance as he deals a 2-2. Sawyer pokes it foul to the right side to stay alive. Count remains 2-2. Can't understate how big of a swing that was from Tyson Hinkle, his second home run of the season to match a team high with Davis Sanders. 2-2 home to Sawyer, tails outside and low, ball 3. Full count to Logan Sawyer, the veteran looking to get aboard for the freshman Casey Shanks, who stands on deck. The payoff pitch home from Andricks. Sawyer clubs one down the right field line, but it's tailing. And a basket grab attempt from the first baseman, Keys, but it drops foul. And the count remains 3-2. Again, just trying to get a piece and stay alive is Sawyer to try and keep the line moving with 2 outs. And give way to Casey Shanks, 0 for 1 today. As Andrix towing the slab, winds, fires the next payoff to Logan, who pops it up into the lip of the outfield grass, and Lamar is over to take care of it for out number 3, but the Tornadoes get a pair of runs on a couple of hits. Bartolotti singles with 2 outs, and Tyson Hinkle scores him and himself on a 2-run home run to cut the deficit in half. The Tornadoes have a burst of momentum as Aaron Burchett looks to keep it going on the mound and keep this deficit right where it is when we come back for the top of the 5th on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Leading off for Capital.
Aaron Burchett back on the mound as Robbie Harrison will stand in. Tornadoes get on the board for the first time today in the bottom of the 4th, breaking through on Andrix, who had really been controlling this ball game. A 2-out single from Bartolotti and a 2-run home run from Tyson Hinkle as Burchett works against Harrison. Misses outside. That outside corner has been hard to reach so far today as Burchett misses just outside. And the count of ball and no strikes to Harrison. Big swing and miss on the second offering. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Clifton is on deck with Weaver in the hole. So we go 4, 5, and 6, the meat of the order for Capital. The wind and the 1-1. Catches the upper outside corner. Counts 1 and 2. Burchett got the final out there in the top half of the 4th after relieving Jonathan Germany after 3 2/3. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Strike 3. 10th punch out of the season for Aaron Burchett, first of today's action. And he sets down Harrison, who's now 0 for 3, and there's 1 down. Base is empty here for Clifton. 2 for 2 today, has 2 of the 8 hits for the Capital Comets so far, leading 4-2. But again, a surge of momentum on one swing of the bat from Tyson Hinkle. First pitch low and in to Clifton, and the count of ball in, no strikes. Wind and fire from Burchett. Misses off the plate. Counts 2 balls in, no strikes. So Weaver awaits on deck. Masher Rosa in the hole. The base is empty and 1 away after Burchett's first punch out. This time he gets the outside corner. And the count 2 balls in, 1 strike. Aaron Burchett's been one of the most reliable arms so far for the Tornadoes. Builds on a 6 strikeout, 2-inning outing as this one is punched to left against Sawyer on his horse. Down the left field line. It's going to drop on the base of the wall. Clifton rounds first, heads for second, and he has his 3rd hit. as he pokes it into no man's land. Sawyer playing once again over near the left center gap, and he had to really run after that one as the left field line practically wide open. And that time Clifton finds an empty patch of grass and gives way to Weaver. So runner in scoring position. Capital looking to answer production from the Tornadoes in the home half of the fourth to cut into this deficit. As Burchett works against Weaver, hitless today, 0 for 2 with a strikeout. First pitch home, called strike on the inner edge, and it's 0-1. Mastroza waits on deck, Gully in the hole. As there's only a handful, maybe 3 players in this Capital order that has yet to tally a hit today, as this one runs inside, plunks Weaver, and we'll put him aboard first and second with one down for Mastroza. So Mastroza will step in. 2 runners aboard, first and second. A double play is in order for this defense. Turned a nice one earlier in the first. As it was first and second, nobody out for Germany. He worked around it with a double play. Some help from his defense and a chance here for the Tornadoes to do so against, assuming the runners stay put at first and second. The pitch home to Mastroza. He takes inside for a ball. And the count and ball in, no strikes. Burchett works from the stretch, sets to the belt. Kicks and fires a 1-0 home. Mastroza chops it left side and foul. Count evens at 1-1. One ball, one strike, one out. The middle infield in double play depth as well as the corners. Nobody playing in here with first and second. Weaver on first. Clifton on second after the 1-out double. The pitch home. Mastroza lifts it to right. Kelson, couple steps in. Puts it away as the runner pump fakes at second. Now throw back to check on him. Almost got him on a rocket of a throw from Kelson, but he's in ahead of the tag. Bartolotti slapped the tag on Weaver at second. I think he was caught a little bit off guard. Jimmy Clifton at second base by the arm from Kelson and right. But a second out for Burchett in this Tornado defense as Gully stands in from the right side. Right-handed Burchett sets to the belt. Kicks and fires the first pitch home. It's a beautiful breaking ball for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Top 5 here at Gilcone Field. Brevard trails Capital 4-2, but the momentum as it stands is with the Tornadoes after a 2-run home run from Tyson Hinkle. The 0-1, this one lifted to left. Sawyer moving to his left and puts it away for the third out. The Tornadoes and Aaron Burchett hold Capital scoreless for the first time since the first inning as the deficit remains 4-2. We head to the bottom half of the fifth. Tornadoes look to build on this momentum when we come back on the other side. Bottom of the fifth here at Gilcone Field as Brevard trails Capital, but again, the momentum standing with the Tornadoes after Aaron Burchett stranded runners on first and second to hold Capital scoreless for the first time since the first inning. Brevard has cut this deficit in half. First pitch, Andrews to Shanks. As a dribbler out to short. Scooped up, throw to first is low, but in time. Scooped up by Keys for out number one. One pitch, one out for Nash Andricks. As Tyler Kelson will round out the second trip through for the Tornadoes. Only 3 hits so far for Brevard, but it got a big one with Tyson Hinkle's 2-run bomb. As the first pitch home to Kelson, up and in for ball one. Kelson, a really fun player to watch. He almost got the runner back door at second in the last half inning with a rocket of a throw back to the second base back as he squares to bunt, pulls back on a pitch that catches the inside corner. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Kelson in the box. Jen Wright is on deck with Lucas Woodard in the hole. Top of the order awaits for the Tornadoes. A 1-1 offering from Andricks. Kelson skies at right side. As Harrison and Keys give it a look, but it goes foul. And the count is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and an out. Bases empty for the 9-hole hitting Tyler Kelson. The offering home runs inside. He dances out of the box. And the count moves 2-2. Kelson, the sophomore out of Duluth, Georgia, earned USA South Rookie of the Week a couple times last year. As the wind and the 2-2 home to Kelson, he holds up on a pitch outside. And the count moves full at 3-2. 3-2-1 scoreboard reads. Kelson trying to get aboard and bring the tying run to the dish here in the home half of the 5th inning. The wind and fire from Andricks. Up and in to Kelson, and he works ball 4. Great at-bat from Tyler Kelson. Spoiled a couple pitches, and now he gets the top of the order back to the dish with only 1 down. That'll bring Bryson Jenwright back to the plate 0 for 2 today. With Lucas Woodard, an uncharacteristic, at least this year, 2 strikeouts for him. But Woodard, a dangerous bat, awaits on deck, as is Bryson Jenwright. As Kelson leads off first, a cut and a foul tip from Jenwright in the count, 0-1. We'll see if the Tornadoes decide to put a runner in motion here. Have yet to really test the arm of Harrison behind the dish, but the Tornadoes have not been hesitant to steal bases this year. 35 stolen bases. That leads Division III. And is only 5 off from the total all of last year. As the Tornadoes nabbed 40 bases. Andricks comes home and he clips Bryson Jenwright to make it first and second with 1 out. Tying run is aboard for Lucas Woodard. And it looks like a conversation here coming for Nash Andricks, who sits at 82 pitches. We'll see if this is a call to the bullpen or not. If it is, I mean, if you're Nash Andricks and Capital, you are more than satisfied with his outing from the starting arm. As he's worked his way through 4 1/3 with 3 hits allowed, 2 runs, coming on 1 swing of the bat from Tyson Hinkle. It looks like this is just going to be a conversation, as I think Andricks can work out of this, and from what I've seen today, I would think so too. With 6 strikeouts, 2 walks for the right-handed Andricks, as it's just a brief conversation on the mound, and he'll get back to work against Lucas Woodard. Again, a chopper up the middle could end the inning. But Woodard, who's been a hard guy to get out, Andricks has had his number today with 2 punch-outs. But Woodard has been an RBI machine, an opportunity right here with Kelson on second, Jenwright on first, speed on the base pass. A ball in the gap could tie the game. Pitch home to Woodard, big cut and a miss. And it's 0-1. No balls and a strike, 1 out, runners on first and second, and Jenwright and Kelson. Both of them reached on a walk and a hit by pitch. As a righty kicks and delivers, Woodard fouls it back over top of the press box, and the count is quickly 0-2. Andricks trying to set down Woodard on strikes for the 3rd time today. The first times that Woodard has gone down via the punch-out this season, an otherwise incredible start for the sophomore. The righty Andrix fires to Woodard, chopper left side, in front of Vinny Corona and foul. Count remains 0-2. Anders awaits on deck. McCoy in the hole again, an uncharacteristic 0-for-8 between those four guys who have been four of the hotter bats in this Tornado lineup. The 0-2 from Andrix. Woodard pokes it down the left field line. It's tailing and it drops right on the chalk. Kelson will score. Jenwright will stop at third. It's an RBI double for Lucas Woodard. Again, both teams are playing over away from the line, and Woodard kicks up chalk down the left field line. Scores Kelson. Jenwright stops at third, and it's a 4-3 ball game. Tornadoes still trail, but that tying run is 90 feet away for Davis Anders. And still 2 outs to work with for the Tornadoes. Andrix comes set at 86 pitches, fires pitch number 87. It's sky to center off the bat of Anders. We'll see if it's deep enough for Jenwright to tag. He will. He'll try for home. The throw is cut off, and we're tied at 4. A sacrifice fly from Davis Anders, 4 unanswered from the Tornadoes to even the tally at 4 here in the 5th inning. So Gavin McCoy will stand in with a now go-ahead run on second. In Lucas Woodard, back-to-back 2 spots, and a scoreless top of the 5th dealt by Aaron Burchett. Make for a tie ball game. And McCoy, who's been a powerful hitter for Brevard this season, one of the senior leaders, awaits the first offering from Andrix. He kicks and delivers on the inside corner, a called strike. And it's 0-1. Beautiful day here in Brevard, North Carolina. 67 degrees at first pitch. With a 15-mile-per-hour gust moving the flag right to left in dead center field. As Andrix comes set, the 0-1 to McCoy. He's lone outside. Count evens at a ball and a strike. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs as the middle innings, 4 and 5, have been controlled by the Tornadoes to find this 4-4 tie. After being held scoreless for the first 3 innings, McCoy, a high fly ball off his bat over near the Tornado dugout, and it will go foul. As both Clifton and Andrix gave it a look. And the count remains 1-2 on Gavin McCoy. Trots back and will pick up his bat to try and give the Tornadoes its first lead. Again, this is a game in which really the Tornadoes' offense was not finding anything in the first 3 innings. But then Hinkle's one swing of the bat, it can all be done with one swing. The momentum swung aggressively the way of the Tornadoes, and it's been kept up here in the bottom half of the 5th. And the pitching got it done in the top half to hold this Capital team scoreless in the top half of the 5th. As Andrix winds, fires, McCoy pops it up high behind the dish. Harrison gives chase, but it will again go out of play. Good at bat here from Gavin to fight off a couple pitches as he gives first base coach C.P. Pyle a nod and tries to give the Tornadoes its first lead. Brevard being out hit 9-4, but there's been a couple big swings, 2 extra base hits, and sacrifice fly that has helped power the Tornadoes to tie this ball game. The 1-2 home to Gavin. Chopper down the third base line. It's a foul ball ever so slightly as Vinny Corona looks on, 2 hands on his knees. Look like from here, again, it's a hard angle. The home plate umpire has a much better look. But he said it was to the left of the third base bag. It was really close to skipping right over top of it and staying fair. Would have more likely than not tied or given the Tornadoes a lead here in the 5th. Nonetheless, McCoy continues to battle with Andrix with a go-ahead run in scoring position on 1-2 count. Andrix fires. It's fouled off to the right side again from McCoy. And the count remains 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Go-ahead run represented by Lucas Woodard on second after his RBI double. At the time made it 4-3. Then Anders' sacrifice fly ties the game at 4 apiece. As Andrix comes home, off-speed pitch is high. And the count evens at 2-2. Power on power here. McCoy and Andrix in a duel. As Andrix looks to keep the game tied, McCoy tries to give Brevard the lead. The next 2-2, McCoy skies it high left side. Left fielder charging in on the run, and he'll make the play in foul territory for out number 3. Andrix wins the battle with McCoy, a lengthy one. But regardless, Brevard finds 2 in the home half of the 5th, courtesy of a Lucas Woodard RBI double, and Davis Anders sacrifice flies. We head to the 6th. Brevard has found a way to tie this ball game at 4 when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Back here at Gilcone Field, and what a game this is turning out to be in a first few innings that was really dominated by Capital. I know I've said it time and time again, but it was unfamiliar for me, and I'm sure for the Tornadoes, to be controlled like that so far in this season, in which the Tornadoes have really handled any challenge that has came their way. But the Tornadoes' bats quickly wake up in the past 2 innings, the 4th and the 5th. 2 runs in each to tie this game at 4, and Aaron Burchett continues to work out of the bullpen. As we'll take a second to thank White Squirrel Baseball. In a moment, once I can find these announcements, I had them saved. There it is. Join the fun at White Squirrel Baseball Academy. We offer week-long kids baseball camps right here at Gilcone Field. Sign up today to develop your skills and play like a tornado. Scan the QR code on the back of the first baseline bleachers. For more information, and be sure to follow us on Instagram at White Squirrel Baseball. It'll be Andrasic to lead things off. Capital now looks for an answer as we enter the top half of the 6th inning here at Gilcone Field. Burchett kicks and fires. Called strike on the inner edge, and it's 0-1. Aaron has really been a stabilizer for this pitching staff so far this year. As he kicks and fires, Andrasic checks his swing. Did he go? He did not. Count evens at a ball and a strike. 4 runs on 9 hits for Capital. 4 runs on 4 hits for the Tornadoes. Been a couple timely hits. A 2-run home run from Tyson Hinkle. RBI double from Lucas Woodard as the next pitch tails outside. Count moves 2-1. We've had some beautiful weather recently. Been really fortunate. You know, sometimes it's a crapshoot whether or not you get great weather or cold weather in early to mid-February, as Burchett plunks Andrasic in a 2-1 count will send him down the first baseline. Looked like that was a breaking ball that never quite broke back towards the plate, and it will send Andrasic down to first. So Colson, 2 for 2, an infield single, and another single as well for Colson. As a check over to first on Andrasic, he's back ahead of the tag. Before Burchett deals the first pitch home to Colson. Again, we'll play 2 today. We're almost 2/3 of the way through this one. It's been a ton of fun on a beautiful 65-degree day in Brevard, North Carolina. As Burchett finds the corner for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Again, feel free to leave a comment live on the YouTube. I always like hearing from you guys. Hopefully you're enjoying this coverage of Brevard College baseball. I'll tell you, we got a lot of people working hard on this production. Glad we can bring it to you wherever you're watching from. As righty Burchett takes another look over to first. Bang, bang play at the bag, but Andrasic underneath the tag from Anders. The Tornadoes have kept a close eye, especially on some of the speedier runners on the base paths for Capital. As Burchett delivers, low and inside, gets between the wickets of Shanks, and moves Andrasic to second. So now the go-ahead run in scoring position for Capital. And a 1-1 count. Left-handed Colson stands back in. Burchett, the righty, gets a call from Shanks behind the dish. Andrasic leads off second with nobody out here in the top half of the sixth. Burchett kicks and fires just off the plate. Shanks tried to pull it back in, but to no avail, and the count moves 2-1. Lamar waits on deck, Keys in the hole as Colson takes lone away ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike the count. With first base unoccupied, second base covered by Andrasic. Burchett delivers downstairs, ball 4. Colson aboard for the third time. His second walk of the ball game. And Keelan Lamar will stand in. Shanks goes out to chat quickly with Aaron Burchett. Double play is in order for this defense. We saw a very similar situation in the first inning with Jonathan Germany, who had allowed the first 2 to reach and got that double play. It was Hinkle to Bartolotti, back to Anders, and was able to get the third out to keep Capital off the board. Similar situation as Lamar squares to bunt. Anders charging in. Hinkle going to cover as this one is down the left field line, and it will be foul. Hard to see where that one went as Lamar pulled back on the bunt and swung with the runners taken off. Probably would have been at least one, maybe 2 runs, and that ball stayed fair. As Capital looks to swing the lead back in its direction, Brevard tied it in the home half of the 5th. As Burchett deals Lamar a beautiful bunt down the third baseline. Burchett bare hands, throws to first. It's offline, gets past the covering Hinkle. One will score, another runner coming around. He will score as Lamar heading all the way to third, diving in on a 3-base error. And Capital has a lead back at 6-4. So it's a bunt single and a 2-base error on the Tornadoes. That makes it 6-4. That was a tough play for Burchett. Probably would have been better if he held on the baseball, but Hinkle was there to cover. The throw was just offline. Hinkle took a spill, and Kelson had to go find the baseball down the right field line. And now Lamar on third for Bryce Keys. Pitch home to Keys is on the corner for a called strike. Big answer from Capital after the Tornadoes had seized the momentum in the last 2 frames. Capital strikes back with 2. As Keys pokes it through the right side of the infield, a base hit, and it will score Lamar. 7-4, Capital back in front on an RBI single from Bryce Keys. Still nobody out here in the top half of the 6th. Capital has scored now in 4 of the 6 innings, but the most it's put up in an inning right here with 3 in the top half of the 6th as Cam Cook's going to come out to talk with his right-handed pitcher, Aaron Burchett, with nobody out in the top half of the 6th inning. So Brevard tied it in the home half of the 5th with back-to-back 2-run frames, but Capital scores 2 on an error. And then an RBI single from Bryce Keys, the OAC Player of the Week, picks up right where he left off. As Cam Cook concludes his chat with his pitcher Burchett, Shanks will head back behind the dish. These are 2 offenses that have been outstanding so far this year. Capital in its first, or 2 of its first 3 games against Asbury scored 20-plus runs in both of those games, and also in the middle game. Got an 8-2 win to start the year 3-0. As Harrison fouls it off the handle of the bat. And Keys, who is taken off, heads back to first base. Some action in the Tornado bullpen. Hard to see who it is from this angle, but definitely some arms up and working for the Tornadoes here in the first game of 3 between Brevard and Capital at Gilcone Field. Next pitch home to Harrison. He pokes a bunt foul. And the count quickly 0-2. The Tornadoes will wrap up a 9-game home stretch to start the year this weekend. And we'll head to Danville, Kentucky next week for a 3-game round robin against Wheaton, the host center, and Dominican before heading to Greensboro on Wednesday and then returning home. Beginning of March, Harrison dribbles an X pitch left side. Woodard playing in, gets off his glove. And it moves the runner station to station, first and second as Keys heads to second. As Woodard was playing on the lip of the infield grass, he knocked it down, but it got away. And Harrison aboard first, and here comes Vinny Carone. We will see a change. New pitcher coming in from the bullpen. So Burchett exits as Capital has the answer here in the top half of the 6th. 3 runs already. Tornadoes yet to record an out. As we'll talk about the new arm when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
It's Andy Farringer out of the bullpen for the Tornadoes. Second arm the Tornadoes have gone to out of the pen after Burchett exits with runners on first and second and nobody out. This is my guy, Andy Farringer. Talked to him on Tornado Talk on Monday. He's been a guy that was interning with us first semester, and it's off to a great start here in 2026. 1-0 record, a 1.80 ERA. In 5 innings, he's allowed just 1 run, 6 hits, and a strikeout. For Andy, talked about his pitching motion, how he kind of came to terms with that throughout his playing career. So he used to be a middle infielder. That was his arm angle, and he just stuck with it on the mound, and it's worked since. As a righty takes over for Burchett here in the top half of the 6th inning. Capital leads 7-4, striking back with 3 here in the top half of the 6th, as it will be Clifton in from the left side. First batter Farringer will face. As he sets and delivers, tipped in the glove of Shanks, and fouled off, count 0-1. Again, stick around. Conclusion of this one will have about 30 minutes in between games. And we'll get going game 2 between Brevard and Capital in a heavyweight bout here at Gilcone Field. 2 very talented offenses that are off to a combined 9-0 start this season. As Farringer deals a 0-1. On the outside corner, a called strike. As Clifton signals he thought that was out, but Shanks did a good job framing that one up, and the count quickly 0-2. Farringer twirls the ball in his right hand. Runners lead off first and second. Nothing and 2 home from Andy. Inside, Shanks blocks it up. That keeps the runners put at first and second. 7 runs on 12 hits for this Capital team. Heading on the road here for its second series of 2026. And it looks like we are going to get 3 games in this weekend, which is great. The series with Berea was cut short due to weather. Looked initially like that was going to be the case tomorrow, but it's cleared up quite a bit. As Andy sets and fires home, this one a high chopper towards third. Woodard grabs it off his shoelaces. Throw to first in time for the first out, but a productive out. Off the bat of Clifton, who's retired for the first time today. He was 3 for 3, now 3 for 4. But he moves the runners to second and third, takes away the double play ball for the Tornadoes. As Woodard charging in, he didn't have time or really the body angle to make a throwback to second and still trying to get the out at first. So a wise play just to take the out at first base. As Weaver stands in from the right side, 2 ducks on the pond, second and third with 1 away. And 3 already here in the frame for Capital. A bunt poke towards first. Anders scoops. He's going to try to go home. The tag from Shanks. The ball gets jarred loose. And a run scores. Here comes another. As Weaver heads to second. Anders tried to dish it home. It's going to be an error that advances a runner to second, and 2 come in to score. It's 9-4. Second error of the inning. Right idea from Anders. But it popped out of the glove of Shanks. The runner would have been out at home. But that run scores, and as the ball trickled to the backstop, the other runner came in to score as well. And Capital has a 5 spot to answer here in the 6th inning, and it's 9-4 Comets. Here's Master Rosa as Farringer comes set. 1 down as he delivers home. Master Rosa takes outside for a ball. It's a ball and no strikes. So as much as the momentum was with Brevard, that has certainly been turned on its head here in the 6th. Most runs either team has scored in a half inning. 5 spot in the top half for Capital as Farringer sets and delivers inside for a ball. Count a ball and no strikes. Good news for Brevard. He's still got time to work back in this ball game. Got 12 outs to work with, and this offense has proven throughout the year that it is capable of big innings. As Farringer delivers, Master Rosa clubs one to left center. 2 players on their horse, but this one is going to leave the yard. Master Rosa, a 2-run home run. And he blows the doors open on this one. It's 11-4. Second home run of the season for Master Rosa. Had 1 in the opening weekend. And Capital has a game-high lead of 7. Base is now empty for Gully. Looking for his first hit of the game. 0 for 3 as Farringer sets the belt. Delivers the first pitch home. It's taken low and inside for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes. I knew this weekend was going to be a competitive one between these 2 sides. And it started off exactly that way. Brevard still time to battle back. But a big inning here for Capital as this bunt poked down the third baseline. Pretty bunt that stays on the third baseline. Woodard picked it up, but no throw. It's an infield bunt single for Garrison Gully. His first hit of the day, and he keeps the line moving to Andrasik, the 9-hole hitter. Andrasik will stand back in the box. He led off this inning. As a check over to first. Not in time to get runner at first in Gully. So Andrasik led this inning off, was hit by a pitch. As Farringer comes set, double play in order for this defense. As he fires home, it's outside. Shanks has to lay out to keep it in front. And the count 2 balls and no strikes with one away. 14 hits here for Capital, 5 coming in this half inning. As the right-handed Farringer comes set the letters. Another check to first. Gully underneath the tag. Farringer works from the stretch. Sets and delivers a pitch home. It's on the inside corner. Called strike. Count moves 2-1. They'll go back to the top after this at-bat concludes from Andrasic. Started the inning with a hit by pitch. Colson awaits on deck. Has a 2-1 home. It is poked foul on the bunt attempt. It goes back to the backstop. Count evens at 2-2. Brevard back in the home whites. We'll probably see those crisp black uniforms this weekend as well. But today it's the white uniforms with a pinstripe Brevard across the front. Capital in the road black uniforms with purple comets across the front. Check over to first. Again on Gully. He's back in safely. Count remains 2-2. On the right-handed hitting Andrasic. Just looking to build on what's been a 7-run top half of the 6th for this Capital team. Righty Farringer comes home. This one looped over the third base head of Lucas Woodard. And it moves Gully to second. A 1-out single. 15th hit of the game, 6th of the inning for Capital. And we head back to the top for Colson. Capital's done a really nice job in this frame, just keeping the line moving. Mascharosa had the big swing, the 2-run home run, as Vinny Carone comes out of the dugout. And he's looking towards the bullpen. Looks like we might see another change here with 1 out here in the top of the 6th as the Tornadoes come out of the dugout to greet Andy Farringer. And that will conclude his day. Still here in the top of the 6th, new arm coming in for the Tornadoes when we come back on the other side. It's Jager Pankowski, the new arm, trying to stop the bleeding here in the top half of the 6th. As Capitals put up 7, and Colson stands in from the left-hand side. Pankowski, the righty, delivers a called strike on the outer edge, and it's no balls and a strike. Pankowski pitched an inning against Johnson and Wales. Walked 1, struck out 1, did not allow a hit in his lone inning of work so far here in 2026. The righty sets, puts this one high as Colson takes, and the count evens at 1-1. Runners on first and second as Capital tries to build on this crooked number. Pankowski comes set at the belt. Kicks and delivers the 1-1. Colson watches, holds back, And the count moves 2 balls and a strike. We'll play another one here this afternoon, so stick around and get all our coverage of this doubleheader between Brevard and Capital, and then the series finale tomorrow on a busy day here at Brevard College. A 2-1 bunt poked down the third baseline and foul. The count 2-2. This evening we have women's lacrosse kicking off its 2026 season against Montreat at 5 o'clock. And then tomorrow we got baseball here at the Gill. And then at the Bosch we have basketball senior days, women and men. The women's basketball team jockeying for that top seed. And men's basketball will wrap up its season. Both teams play North Carolina Wesleyan at 2-4. Pitch home to Colson, stays outside. Count moves full at 3-2. 3-2-1, the scoreboard reads 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out in this lengthy top half of the 6th, where Capital has turned a tie game into a 7-run ball game. After Brevard scored 2 in the past 2 frames, the payoff home, swing and miss from Colson, strike 3. First punch out for Pankowski, and his first batter face as he gets Colson down on strikes. First time Colson's been retired today as Keelan Lamar will stand in from the right side. Runner still on first and second and 2 outs. Again, this Brevard offense more than capable of surging back in this game. Going to take a lot of work, but Pankowski trying to do his job and keep this 7-run deficit intact as Lamar takes on the outside corner for a called strike. And the count, no balls and 1 strike to Keelan Lamar. Keys on deck. Harrison in the hole, but Pankowski trying to end this inning as he delivers a breaking ball. Big swing and miss from Lamar, and the count 0-2. Pankowski trying to get that elusive third out and get this offense back to work, who it's been a while since they've come to plate, but have been productive in the past 2 innings as Pankowski sets the belt, kicks and deals a 0-2. Breaking ball that Lamar lifts to left, but Sawyer charging in will put it away for the 3rd out. But not before Capital gets 7 runs to turn a 4-4 ball game into an 11-4 advantage. We head to the home half of the 6th. Brevard looks for an answer when we come back on the other side.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
New Ormond for Capital. Noah Brownberg takes over after a very productive start from Nash Hendricks, and he enters with an 11-4 lead. Here's he takes over. First call of the bullpen for Capital after Hendricks goes 5 innings. He allows 4 hits, 6 strikeouts, and the 4 earned runs. leaves with a 6 or 7 run lead as Bromberg enters for Capital. Nico Bartolotti, who has 2 of the 4 hits for the Tornadoes, stands in from the left side. Tornadoes again looking for an answer, playing from behind, a 7-run deficit as Bromberg delivers a fastball for a called strike on the outside corner. And the count is 0-1. No balls and 1 strike as the right-handed Bromberg winds and fires with the bases empty to Nico Bartolotti, who fouls it back. And the count 0-2. With a 2-for-2 day so far for Nico, he continues to build on an excellent start to 2026. 9 of 13. As that average continues to tick up, it stood at 636 coming into today's action. As the pitch misses off the edge, Bromberg was strutting off like he had set down Bartolotti for strike 3, but it just misses the outside part of the plate in the count 1-2. Tyson Hinkle, who has a 2-run home run, awaits on deck. As Bromberg works in the windup, he winds and fires a 1-2. Bartolotti high chopper right side towards Lamar. He fields on a hop, throw to first in time. And Nico's down for just the 5th time this season for the first out of the home half of the 6th inning. Here's Tyson Hinkle. Cut the deficit in half with his 2nd home run of the season. Now works with the bases empty. As it's a righty-righty battle here between Bromberg and the dangerous Hinkle. Breaking ball that stays high. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Bromberg winds the 1-0. Downstairs, counts 2 balls and no strikes. Bottom half of the 6th, Brevard behind 11-4. Here live on YouTube. Hope you're enjoying our coverage this afternoon as we take you through 18 innings of baseball today. The 2-0 on the outside corner, called strike. And it's 2-1. If you're a Brevard fan in general, hope you've been enjoying all our coverage this week of a very busy week. I added it up before the week. 11 games scheduled to be played as Hinkle fouls one off to the right side and the count 2-2. But definitely a jam-packed week. Not to mention Tornado Talk on Monday. Wednesday was our only open day this week. We've had games every day of the week for the most part. As a 2-2 home from Bromberg, Hinkle fouls it off to the right side. And the count remains 2-2 on Tyson. It's been a ton of fun. Doesn't feel like work when you're around sports. I hope you guys have been enjoying all our coverage. Shout out to our student workers, our work studies who have stuck with us this week in a jam-packed week, the Pika crossover season. As Bromberg winds, fires the next 2-2 to Hinkle. He lifts it right side again and foul. We've seen some really good at-bats today from the Tornadoes, but only 4 hits to show for it against a very talented Capital team. Again, if you are just joining us, this game was tied at 4 entering the top half of the 6th, but Capital has put up 7 in the 6th inning as Hinkle continues to battle. Pokes one foul behind the backstop. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Logan Sawyer on deck. Casey Shanks in the hole for the Tornadoes with 1 down. The base is empty here in the home half of the 6th inning. Bromberg in his first inning out of the bullpen has dealt 5 innings as he gets Hinkle to swing and miss. Blows it by his bat for the 2nd out. As Logan Sawyer will step up with 2 away.
Logan Sawyer.
2 down for Sawyer, base is empty. He's still looking to get going here in 2026, but I have no doubts that he will. 0 for 1 today. Also walked his last time up as he deals with Bromberg here with 2 away. First pitch home to Sawyer, downstairs for a ball. The count is a ball and no strikes. It looks like today will be the first game this season that we played a full 9 innings. We had 1 game cut short due to daylight. The other one was a scheduled 7-inning game, and then Brevard has run ruled the rest of the games throughout this early season, but not the case today. Sawyer takes up and in. Count moves 2 balls and no strikes. Bromberg takes a peek at his wrist to get the signal for this 2 offer to Logan Sawyer. The base is empty and 2 away. He deals outside. And the count 3 balls and no strikes. 3-0 the count on the veteran Sawyer. With the freshman Casey Shanks, an example of the balance between veterans and young talent on this team, as Sawyer takes 3-0 pitch for a called strike. Three balls and 1 strike the count to Sawyer. As Bromberg winds, Sawyer looks to give the Tornadoes a 2-out base runner as he pokes this one right side and foul. Count moves 3-2, scoreboard's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. For the senior Logan Sawyer, the utility man out of Asheboro, North Carolina. 4-year player for this Tornado team as Bromberg winds and fires. Sawyer pumps one in the gap, a base hit. Logan aboard with a 2-out single. And he brings Casey Shanks to the dish. You never know what can happen with 2 outs. We've seen the Tornadoes produce with 2 outs so far this season. And Casey Shanks, the freshman, will stand in 0 for 2 today. And the Tornadoes just looking to chip away. Again, you can't do it all with one swing. There is no 7-run play in baseball. You just got to be patient. Keep trying to chip away at this deficit. Bromberg in the stretch for the first time. Sets and fires outside for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Check over to first on Sawyer's back in time. The 1-0 home from Bromberg. Breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. Sawyer aboard first after the 2-out single that he punches towards left center. We'll see if that gets Logan going. Again, very talented player, and he's hit the ball hard this year. Just hasn't found the grass so far, but he does right there with 2 outs, a big swing to put a 2-out runner aboard. Breaking ball to Shanks, stays inside. And the count 2-1 on the freshman Casey Shanks, one of the 3 catchers that the Tornadoes have cycled through. There's a veteran, and then there's 2 young guys with Shanks and Declan Duffy, and Hunter Busquet, the veteran presence in that position room. Pitch home to Shanks. He skies it high. It will stay in the infield. Playable for the shortstop, and he makes the play for out number 3. As Gully puts it away, and we head to the 7th. Brevard scoreless in the 6th. It remains an 11-4 ball game when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Back here at Gilcone Field for the top half of the 7th inning. It's 11-4 Capital right here live on YouTube as Casey Shanks exits. It's a little shaken up. He was helped to the Brevard dugout, which brings Declan Duffy in to catch, the other freshman catcher. I want to shout out Declan for the past 2 basketball games on earlier this week and last night. He's been my stats provider, and he's done an excellent job finding trends and whatnot throughout the game. So shout out to Declan as he's in to catch. Bryce Keys leads off the inning against Jager Pankowski, and he fouls one off down the right field line. Count 0-1. Beautiful afternoon as Brevard tries to chip away. It starts with a scoreless frame right here. Pankowski's able to do so to try and give his offense a chance to chip away at the 7-run lead as Keys goes opposite field with one, but it's playable for Sawyer, who backpedals and puts it away over his shoulder for the first out of the inning. Hard hit ball by Keys. It seems like that's been all he's doing so far this season, is putting bat to ball, but he's retired for the first out. And it will give way to Harrison. Harrison 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts so far today. As Pankowski in the windup, winds and fires the first pitch home to Harrison, a breaking ball that just misses up and in. And the count of ball and no strikes. 1 ball in, no strikes on Harrison as Pankowski chunks up some dirt downstairs in the count. 2 balls in, no strikes. What an outing it's been for this Capital offense, who picks up right where it's left off. 3rd time in 4 tries that the Comets have scored in double-digit runs, with 11 so far here today in the top of the 7th. Trying to add on with 1 down. The 2-0 home is tipped foul into the glove of Duffy. And the count 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike as Pankowski, the righty, works in the windup. 3rd arm of the bullpen for the Tornadoes. A 2-1 is skied high left side. Back in the direction of Sawyer. He's on his horse down the left field line and makes the play. A foot or 2 in the foul ground for the second out. 2 up, 2 down for Pankowski. And again, in order to build a comeback, you got to keep the Comets off the board. And so far, so good for Pankowski here in the top half of the 7th. As Clifton stands in from the left side, with the bases empty and 2 away. Pankowski winds, fires the first pitch home to Clifton, a dribbler right side towards the Comets dugout, and foul. 3 for 4 day for Clifton. With an RBI, he has 2 doubles to his line so far and a single. As he works against Pankowski, who winds and fires a 0-1. It's downstairs. Ball 1. I think a key to success for the Comets today has been limiting what Brevard has done best, and that's getting on, getting over, and getting in. The Tornadoes coming into today with 35 stolen bases. That really hasn't been a factor today, as the Comets' pitching has been stellar so far. The pitch home, outside. And the count's 2-1. 2 balls and a strike with 2 away. Clifton works with the bases empty. The infield shifted a little bit with Woodard on the lip of the infield grass. Bartolotti playing behind the second base bag as Clifton fouls one off. We've seen the defensive shifts today, been allowing some balls down the left field line. Sawyer plays about halfway between second and third. Try and take away opportunities in the gap, but that does leave the left field line open. The 2-2 home. Clifton off the end of the bat. Skies it in the infield, playable for Anders, and he'll come over and make the play from the first base bag. And a scoreless 7th inning for Jager Pankowski. And this Tornado defense, we have the home half. Brevard tries to chip away at a 7-run deficit when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Back for the bottom half of the seventh, the Tornadoes looking for an answer. Had one earlier in the game, but it was a slimmer margin to deal with. Trailed 4-0, found the equalizer with 2 runs in each of the fourth and the fifth before top of the sixth where Capital put up 7 to create this margin 11-4 with Kelson standing in from the right side. Bromberg Wines delivers for a called strike on the inner edge, and it's 0-1. Base is empty for the sophomore Kelson. As we go 9-1-2, Kelson, Jenwright, and Woodard here in the home half of the seventh. Bromberg delivers outside and low as the count evens the ball on a strike. Again, a scheduled 18 innings of baseball. We're almost 7 through here today. Glad to have you along with us as we have a high-quality matchup here early in the season. The 1-1 is high for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike to Tyler Kelson, who is 0 for 1 today. Bryson Jenwright 0 for 2. Lucas Woodard 1 for 3 on deck and in the hole. As Bromberg winds and fires, Kelson fights it off to the backstop, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Uncharted territory, but I think a good learning lesson for Vinny Carone's balanced team between youth and experience here this season. To be trailing against a quality Capital team, the 2-2 home to Kelson. He ropes it to center, but it's going to be caught in line for Andrasic for the first out. Hard hit ball, but right to the center fielder as Andrasic took a couple steps in, makes the play for the first out. Back to the top for Bryson Jenwright. Jenwright 0 for 2. He struck out once as the freshman left-handed hitter stands in from the left side, works against the right-handed Bromberg, who winds and delivers the first offering to Bryson. Watches off the plate for a ball. And the count, a ball and no strikes. Jenwright working with the bases empty. As the right-handed Bromberg winds, fires downstairs for a ball. Count 2 balls and no strikes to Bryson Jenwright. A dangerous Lucas Woodard, who had a double his last time up, to collect his 14th RBI of the year, coming off a USA South Player of the Week honor. As Jenwright watches a called strike on the inner edge. Count 2 balls and a strike. Jenwright, one of the few players I've seen in this order, go barehanded with the bat. No batting gloves for the freshman. He swings and misses at a delivery from Bromberg. Count evens at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and an out for Jenwright. He struck out once today, but he looked for a productive at-bat. Here are the bases empty. As Bromberg winds, fires outside, and the count moves 3-2. Bromberg gets the call behind the dish, winds and delivers a payoff. It's outside, ball 4. And Jenwright's aboard with a walk. You can all start with 1 free pass as Woodard stands in from the right after an RBI double his last time at the dish. Woodard was not an everyday player last year, and I talked to him about that in Tornado Talk, how he's adjusted to this new role when he's asked to be an everyday guy. And he's adjusted quickly and efficiently as he watches a ball outside. Jenwright takes his lead off first. Righty-righty matchup here between Bromberg and Woodard. As the right-hander sets the belt and fires a breaking ball that broke across the heart of the plate but misses outside for a ball. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Anders awaits on deck. He's hitless today, as is Gavin McCoy, who is in the hole. That, again, is unfamiliar for those two. Have swung a hot bat so far to start the year. Pitch, a fastball right across the heart of the plate for a called strike, and it's 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Jenwright with a lead off first with 1 down. Bromberg, the right-hander, kicks and delivers to Woodard and misses high. And the count's 3-1. 5 innings on the season for Bromberg coming into this appearance out of the bullpen. He's still up 34 pitches. He's allowed 4 hits so far this year. He kicks and fires a 3-1. Woodard fouls it back. And the count moves 3-2 as Woodard loses a piece of equipment. He'll throw his elbow guard back on and prep for a full count offering from Bromberg. Bromberg sets. Kicks, fires the payoff. Woodard skies at high right side, now to play. To stay alive in this 3-2 count, Woodard struck out for the first time this season today. He's gone down on strikes twice. But he's battling here in the box with Bromberg. With 1 down, the Tornadoes look for an answer here in the home half of the 7th. The righty sets and delivers home to Woodard. A looper towards shallow left. It'll drop over the shortstop's head for a base hit and move Jenright to second. Goalie was trying to play it over his shoulder, couldn't get there. And now first and second as Woodard collects his second hit of the day. For Davis Anders, he's hit 2 home runs this year, including a grand slam against Berea. And man, would that be helpful here in this ball game, but Anders talked to him as well, mentioned he's just trying to put the ball in play, do what he's got to do. With runners on first and second, that's what he'll try to do here with 1 down. Bromberg delivers to Davis, who takes a breaking ball in the outside corner of the plate. For a strike, and it's 0-1. What a beautiful day it's been here at Brevard College. We've been blessed with some great weather here in the middle part of February as we kick off the spring sports seasons. Bromberg delivers to Davis Anders, pokes it behind the plate and foul. Over top of the press box, and the count quickly 0-2. On the Mars Hill transfer, Davis Anders. What a pleasure he's been to watch. So far early in his Brevard career, he'll have this season and next year to provide for the Tornadoes. As the right-handed Bromberg kicks and deals a 0-2. Breaking ball, Anders swings and misses. Strike 3 as he whips on it. That ball tailing out of the zone. Anders can't get a piece, and there's 2 down. Big second out against the big bat of Anders is now Bromberg will face Gavin McCoy with 2 down. Woodard on first, Jenright on second base as Bromberg looks to hold the Tornadoes scoreless once again here in the 7th. Bromberg delivers. First pitch to McCoy is high for a ball. It's a ball in, no strikes. Nico Bartolotti, one of the most dangerous bats in this order, stands on deck. I'm sure Bromberg wants to try and deal with McCoy here and delay that meeting with Bartolotti to the 8th. But McCoy trying to keep the line moving with 2 outs as he watches inside. And the count 2 balls in, no strikes. Things can change quickly in baseball. With runners on first and second, a 7-run deficit, but if McCoy's able to get on and bring Bartolotti to the ditch with Hinkle awaiting as well, it's a dangerous part of the order to face. As McCoy takes a strike on the inner half, it's 2-1. Don't go anywhere between games. We won't change channels here. We'll stay on this live stream for Game 2, so be sure to stick around. Go grab a drink, grab some food in between games, and that's what I'm going to do in between these 2 games. As Bromberg delivers to McCoy, he leaves it high, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. You can afford to walk McCoy, but I'm sure it'd be against Bromberg's best wishes to load the bases for Nico Bartolotti, who awaits in the on-deck circle. Bromberg sets the 3-1 home. It is a called strike on the outside corner. The count moves full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Big pitch upcoming here from Bromberg. Again, it is a 7-run game, but I mentioned things can turn quickly. We've seen that today, earlier in this ball game. As a payoff, runners take off. McCoy dribbles it to the left side, scooped up, throw across the diamond to first in time. And Bromberg escapes, delays the meeting with Nico Bartolotti to the 8th. As 7 innings concluded, Brevard trails by 7, 11-4 when we come back on the other side. Top of the 8th, coming up between Brevard and Capital. As Jager Pankowski works from the windup, delivers a first pitch home. It's a ball to Weaver. And we're underway here in the 8th inning. Brevard had some traffic with 2 outs. And again, almost loaded the bases for Nico Bartolotti, but McCoy grounds out to end the threat. As pitches high to Weaver, ball 2 from Jager. Jager delivers high for ball 3. Hitters count here for Weaver with Mastroza, who homered early in the game, awaiting on deck. As Pankowski fires outside, ball 4. 4-pitch walk for Weaver. That brings Mastroza back up. As Pankowski up to 24 pitches out of the bullpen, just trying to get the Tornadoes through this ball game. Again, you want to save some arms, as you still got 2 more games against this Capital team. And Pankowski just looking to supply a handful of innings for these Tornadoes to keep the bullpen intact. Let's check over to first. Good pickoff move underneath the tag, however, was Weaver. Bang, bang play at the first base bag. Weaver was caught leaning, but he's able to get back in time. For Jager deals his first pitch to Mastroza, 2 for 4 today, 3 RBI. 2 coming on that 2-run home run in that 7-run 6th inning. Pitch home, it's a chopper towards the mound. Pankowski comes off the field. He throws to first in time to Anders. As Weaver, who was taken off on the pitch, in at second. And wise play for Pankowski to get the out at first. There's 1 down for Andrasic. Actually, Grayson Gully, Andrasic on deck. As here comes Vinny Crone. We will have another call to the bullpen as Pankowski's day concludes. With 1 out here in the 8th. We'll see the new arm for the Tornadoes when we come back on the other side.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
It's Clay Davis, his first appearance of his college career. The 6'2" freshman out of Murphy, North Carolina, comes in with a runner on second and 1 out. Face off with Gully, 1 for 4 here this afternoon. As Brevard just looks to keep the deficit where it is and try to give its offense a chance to work. As Davis comes set, squares the butt now, pulls back as Hobson throws to third, and underneath the tag is Weaver. So Hobson in to catch. As Duffy comes set in the stretch. Nothing in one count. Here to Gully as he takes high. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. As Davis delivers a breaking ball inside corner, called strike. It's 1-2. Davis comes set, ready to deal a 1-2. Kicks and delivers, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Davis in his first collegiate action gets his first collegiate punch out. And there's 2 away.
Now batting for Capital, center fielder number 1, Mike Androwski.
So Drasic stands in with a runner on 3rd and 2 down. Davis looking to keep the Comets scoreless as he delivers a called strike, and it's 0-1. Clay Davis out of Murphy, North Carolina. Delivers a pitch home. This one lined into center, and it's going to drop for a base hit. It drops in front of Jen Wright. As Weaver scores, it is 12-4. So Davis is sophomore. I said freshman. My apologies. A sophomore out of Murphy, North Carolina. We'll face now the top of the order in Colson. It is, however, Davis's first collegiate action. Did not appear in 2025. He punched out his first batter, but allows a base hit as Colson stands in from the left side. This one gets away from Hobson and allows Andrasic to race to second. And it's a 1-0 count. Again, thanks for tuning in today. We're working with these new cameras. Still getting everything set, but hopefully provide some new angles for you guys at home. As Davis comes set at the letters. The 1-0 home, outside, ball 2. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. So Davis now with a runner on second. It's a 12-4 ball game in favor of Capital with one more run here in the top half of the 8th inning. But Davis trying to get the Tornadoes out of this frame and get the offense back to work in the home half of the 8th. Right-handed Davis comes set. Takes a peek back to second, but comes home with a 2-0. Downstairs, ball 3. 3 balls in, no strikes. The leadoff man, Colson. Lamar is on deck with Keys in the hole. As the right-handed Davis sets at the letters. The 2-0. Down the middle, a called strike, and it moves 2-1. On the leadoff, hitting Colson. Davis kicks and deals. This one looped over the head of Woodard and down for a base hit. Rounding third, coming in to score is Andrasic, and it's 13-4. So Mike Andrasic comes in to score. Keys will stand in, runner on first, and 2 outs in the frame. As Capital gets 2 more, looking for more with Lamar at the dish, 2 for 3 today with an RBI and a walk to his name so far. Also was hit by a pitch earlier today as Colson, after his 3rd hit, leads off first. Davis sets, kicks and fires inside to Lamar, and he's plunked again and will take first base. Moves Colson to second. And the second time Lamar's hit by a pitch, he'll head to first. For Keys, who's 2 for 5. Came in as one of the top hitters on this team. A 3-home run opening weekend for Keys. Good for OAC Player of the Week. as the lefty awaits the first offering from Davis. High fly ball off his bat. Playable for Logan Sawyer in left. And he makes the play for out number 3. So 2 runs for Capital. And the top of the 8th as we head to the home half. Brevard down by 9, 13-4 when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Andrew Bernard will pinch hit to lead off this home half of the 8th inning. As the Tornadoes try to answer Capital with a 9-run deficit. And the big number in this line score that you look at is that 7-run 6. It's really where Capital took firm control of this ball game. Brevard trailed by 4 earlier in the game, but back-to-back 2-run innings tied it at 4 apiece before that 7-run. Top of the 6. Since then, Capital's only built on that lead as Bromberg works in the windup, deals low to Bernard. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Andrew Bernard, the sophomore out of Norcross, Georgia, walked in his lone plate appearance this season as Bromberg winds and fires to Bernard. It's outside for ball 2. Righty-righty matchup here between Bromberg and Bernard as Bernard takes on the inside corner, a called strike, and it's 2-1. Bernard, one of the middle infielders, still young in his college career. I've seen him working hard here out of practice with different fielding drills and whatnot. Certainly focuses a lot on the technique of the baseball game as he takes a breaking ball outside. Good eye. And it's 3-1. Hinkle on deck, Sawyer in the hole for the Tornadoes, depending on if we have pinch hitters or not coming up, as Bromberg deals outside in low ball 4. Bernard works another walk, and he's aboard with nobody out. So Bernard heads down to first. We will have another pinch hitter. It's Austin Ogles who will pinch hit, the freshman out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Second pinch hitter of the inning for the Tornadoes as Ogles will stand in from the right side, taking the place of Tyson Hinkle. Right-handed, Bromberg comes set at the belt. Kicks and fires, the first pitch home. It's outside for ball 1. I mentioned today that Capital has seemed to take away what Brevard has liked to do this season. Tornadoes, who have stolen 35 bases for the first 6 games, have yet to have a stolen bag today. That's really where the Tornadoes have been able to generate the offense so far this year. As the pitch is downstairs to Ogles. 2 balls and no strikes. Brevard have been active on the base pass, but again, Capital has not really allowed the opportunities for that. Really 1 inning or 2 innings where Brevard really got something going offensively. It's when it tied the game earlier in the ballgame as a check swing, somewhat bunt down the third baseline that stays fair, and Ogles reaches with an infield single. First career hit for Austin Ogles, and his second collegiate at-bat as Bernard moves first to second. And Logan Sawyer will step up with Ogles on first, Bernard on second, and nobody out. Probably not the way Austin Ogles pictured his first collegiate hit. It was kind of a check swing bunt of some sort that just stayed within the third baseline. And now Sawyer steps in from the right side against Bromberg, who deals high for a ball. It's a ball and no strikes to Logan Sawyer. Seventh hit for the Tornadoes, 4 runs to show for it on an offensive outburst of a day for Capital. 13 runs on 17 hits for the Comets. Right-handed Bromberg comes home with an offering, the tying outside, ball 2. Sawyer up in the count. In a 9-run ball game, again, can't do it all with one swing, but you can chip away. You have 6 outs to work with down the stretch. As Bromberg kicks and delivers, Sawyer takes a called strike on the inner edge, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Capital's right-hander Bromberg works from the stretch. As he comes set, Ogles leads off first, Bernard off second. This one's outside to Logan, and the count is 3-1. Bromberg in danger of loading the bases. As Hobson stands on deck, Kelson in the hole for Brevard. The righty sets, Bromberg delivers, Sawyer a line drive to left field, a base hit. Coach Carone throws up the stop sign for Bernard at third base, as Brevard has loaded the bases. Ogles to second, Sawyer aboard at first with his second hit of the day. As Christian Hobson, another one of these catchers, again, a lot of depth at that position for the Tornadoes. His time is called. We'll see if this is a pitching change for Capital. Haven't seen a signal of the bullpen quite yet. As Bromberg tries to work out of this jam, bases loaded, nobody out. Again, things can change quickly in the game of baseball. I've been saying that a lot. I've seen throughout my time in college baseball, throughout summer leagues, that crooked numbers are certainly possible any way you slice it. So Brevard, the bases loaded, will send Hobson to the plate. It looks like this is just a conversation between the Capital pitching staff and Bromberg. A lengthy one as Capital tries to hold on to this 9-run lead and avoid any late game dramatics from this Brevard offense, who has been dominant through the first 6 games, is met with a different challenge today. While the Tornadoes have not had things go their way, you're not seeing the Tornadoes give up here late in this ball game. Loading the bases with nobody out as the lengthy conversation concludes on the mound. And Hobson will stand in with Sawyer on first, Ogles on second, and Andrew Bernard on third. Big at-bat here for Christian Hobson, a senior catcher out of Burtonsville, Maryland, as Bromberg fires a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Kelson awaits on deck in the top of the order. In Genrite, actually, it looks like we do have a pinch hitter on deck for Tyler Kelson. We'll get to that in a moment. As a 0-1 to Hobson is up and in. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Bromberg peeks at his wrist, gets the signal. Twirls and fires the 1-1 home to Hobson. Swing and a miss up high. Count moves 1-2. Bromberg looking for a big first out. The double play is in order for this defense as Bromberg twirls and delivers. Hobson watches outside and puts up the stop sign to Bernard at third. Count moves 2-2. As the catcher Harrison, nice job to keep that ball in front. The wind and the 2-2 from Bromberg. Swing and a miss from Hobson, strike 3. Big punch out for Bromberg. The 9th strikeout of the day for this Capital pitching staff. So it's Tegan Hedrick to step in for Brevard. Righty-righty matchup here between him and Bromberg. This is another young guy that this coaching staff is excited about as Hedrick takes a called strike. And it's 0-1. Bromberg looking to tiptoe his way out of this 8th inning against Hedrick, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI single against Guilford. So far this season, the 0-1 to Tegan is fouled off to the right side. The count quickly 0-2. Sawyer on first, Ogles on second, Bernard on third. For this Tornadoes team, trailing by 9, but again, you can start stringing some stuff together, especially with the bases loaded and 2 outs to work with. The pitch home to Hedrick. He watches it up and in. And the count moves 2-2. Seeing a handful of pinch hitters here in this half inning. Looks like Bryson Jenwright will remain in the leadoff spot. He's on deck. As Bromberg winds, the 2-2 is foul tipped. Hedrick does well enough to get a piece on that one. And it trickles to the backstop. Count remains 2-2 on Tegan. Hedrick out of Thomasville, North Carolina, in his first season here with the Tornadoes, awaits the next 2-2. With pitch home, swing and miss outside, strike 3. And with the bases loaded, the drop third strike will not matter as the base is occupied, and that's the second out. Back-to-back punch-outs for Bromberg. And there's 2 down. Actually, does look like Jenwright will be pinch hit for. I think they were waiting to see the result of that at bat to see what they wanted to do, as it'll be Kyle Andrew to pinch hit. Andrew 1 for 2, an RBI, a single, has come in to score 3 times. 2 of those times he was pinch running, so certainly a base running threat. We'll see what he can do with his bat. Here the base is still juiced and 2 away. Bottom 8. Bromberg has settled in after loading the bases on the Sawyer single with nobody out. He struck out Hobson and Hedrick back-to-back and is 1 out away from a scoreless 8th. The pitch home to Andrew is a breaking ball that stays low. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch home to Andrew, called strike. Count evens at 1-1. Again, stay right here at the conclusion of this contest. We'll take a brief intermission and then be back with Game 2 between Capital and Brevard. If it stands how it is right now, Brevard will be looking for the equalizer in the 3-game set as Andrew takes up and in, almost got him. But he's able to get out of the way, and the count moves 2-1. Sawyer leading off first, the freshman Ogles off second, and Bernard leading off third. The 2-1 home to Kyle Andrew. He skies it high right side. Right fielder gives chase, but will watch it fly to play. And the count is 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes on Kyle Andrew. As Bromberg winds, fires, Andrew swings and misses. As Bromberg, after loading the bases, sets down 3 in a row via the punch-out. We head to the 9th, 13-4 Capital when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Some defensive changes as we enter the ninth. Austin Ogles at first. Middle infield changes. Ruben Balderas is at second, and Andrew Bernard at shortstop for the Tornadoes. Just a couple changes. In the outfield, it's Kyle Andrew in center, I believe. Trying to see who's out there in right. Can't quite tell. Maybe Tegan Hedrick out in right field. The left field remains the same with Logan Sawyers. Clay Davis delivers inside for a ball to Harrison. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Things could have got interesting there in the eighth. Brevard had the bases loaded. Nobody out, but 3 straight strikeouts from Bromberg. And the Tornadoes only have 3 outs to work with as Harrison smokes one to left. And no doubt, shot to left field into the Tornadoes bullpen. And it's a leadoff solo home run for Harrison to make it 14-4. Came into today knowing Capital could use the long ball to its advantage. Hasn't done so to as much of a dramatic extent as a 12 home runs in the opening weekend. But 2 home runs today. And the lead extends to 10. Here's Clifton, 3 for 5 in this afternoon's action. As Davis comes set, delivers home. It's called strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. The 18th hit of the afternoon for Capital. 14 runs with those 18 hits. As Davis works quickly, this one skied high off the bat of Clifton. Looks like it'll stay in the infield. The lip of the outfield grass. Woodard, a basket catch for the first out. As he calls off Bernard and makes the play for out number 1.
For Capital right fielder number 22, Justin Weaver.
Here's Justin Weaver still looking for his first hit, 0 for 3 today. With Master Rosa on deck, he's the other home run hitter for Capital this afternoon. As Davis works from the stretch, fires home. This one tipped foul off the bat of Weaver. It's 0-1. So it'll be the first setback, more likely than not, for Brevard here in 2026. We'll see how the Tornadoes respond to adversity. Haven't had to deal with it yet this year. So we'll see how this team answers in game 2 as Davis delivers high. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Still a handful of arms we haven't seen yet today. Matthew Evans, Kalen Mills said 2 of the big ones with Gage Granada as well, just to name a few. As Weaver cuts and misses, count moves 1-2. Bases empty, 1 down here in the top of the 9th for this Capital offense, who's had itself a day as Weaver cuts and misses. Strike 3, second punch out for Davis and his first collegiate outing, and there's 2 down.
Capital designated hitter number 21, Gio Mascarosa.
So Mascarosa will hit with 2 away, and the base is empty. Righty-righty matchup here with Clay Davis. As the righty comes set, delivers home, Mascarosa takes off the plate for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Davis looking for a scoreless frame to give this offense at least a sliver of hope in the 9th. There's not a scoreless frame, and this will add on to it as Mascarosa launches one over the left field wall. The second, no doubt, shot of the frame. Second home run of the game for Mascarosa. And it's 15-4. I seem to have forgot about the home run, the solo home run that happened just moments ago, and right on cue. They reminded me this is not a scoreless frame. It's a 2 solo home run inning for Capital as the lead grows to 11. Goalie will stand in here with the bases empty and 2 down as both Harrison and Mascarosa homer. Separated by a strikeout from Weaver. As Davis delivers a called strike, 0-1. 15-4 your score. This game at one time was tied at 4, but 11 unanswered, mostly powered by that 7-run 6 from this Capital team. As this one lined to left, down the left field line, but foul. And the count is 0-2. Davis to goalie. There's only one player in the Capital 9 that has not recorded a hit today, and that is Weaver, who's 0 for 4, so 0-2. Swung on a miss down low, strike 3. as Davis, despite the 2 solo home runs, gets a pair of strikeouts and sends us to the bottom half of the ninth. It's 15-4 Capital right here live on YouTube.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Owen Timmerman will lead off in a pinch hitting role here to start the home half of the ninth. And to say Brevard needs a crooked number would be putting it lightly. You need at least 11 to keep this game going as Bromberg stays in relief after loading the bases, nobody out. He struck out the next 3 to keep the Tornadoes off the board in the home half of the 8th. Looks to do something similar, maybe despite the dramatics here in the 9th, as Timmerman rips one down the left field line, a base hit for extra bases. Timmerman rounds first. He's heading for 2, and he'll be in there with the stand-up double. Didn't even have time to talk about Owen Timmerman. That was his first collegiate at-bat as he ropes a double. Did not appear in his freshman season, but the sophomore sees one pitch here in his sophomore season and rips it for a stand-up double. Here's Cannon Morrison, seeing a lot of new names, getting to know some Tornadoes, which I guess you could see as a silver lining here today, getting to see a lot of new guys and seeing what they can provide the Tornadoes, as Morrison, the freshman, dual sport athlete, also plays football and had himself a really nice football season. Started on the Futures, made his way up to the Elders in his first season, playing with the Tornadoes. It's the first pitch to Cannon downstairs for a ball. Morrison's first collegiate at-bat, wearing number 60 for the Tornadoes. He stands in from the right side, a ball in, no strikes to Cannon. Timmerman leads off second, the pitch home, low and outside for a ball. Ball 2. 9 hits for the Tornadoes, all things considered, not a bad offensive day. But certainly the Tornadoes held at bay for an offense that had been nearly unstoppable for the first 6 games of the year. Morrison takes downstairs, count moves, 3 balls in, no strikes. With nobody out, runner on second and Timmerman after he ropes a double down the left field line. Morrison from the right-hand batter's box awaits the offering from Bromberg. He deals home. It's called strike. And the count moves 3-1. 15-4 your score, but the Tornadoes, you never know what can happen. Trying to chip away here. It's 3-1 to Morrison. He skies it high towards left center. The center fielder on his horse. And he will make the play over his shoulder. Tagging from second is Timmerman. And he'll advance 90 feet to third. Now they're going back to second base, saying Timmerman left early. As the field umpire says no. Timmerman left on time. And he goes second to third on a deep fly out. Here's Sterling Hayes. Actually, Sterling Hayes on deck. We'll see another tornado, new tornado here. As Chadston Thompson, the sophomore, again, another guy who's seeing his first collegiate action for the Tornadoes will stand in from the right side with one out, runner on third and Timmerman. As Bromberg twirls and fires, Thompson a big cut. Fouls the first pitch off his foot. And the count is 0-1. Timmerman in a Travelers Rest, South Carolina. What a beautiful little town that is near Greenville. As Bromberg winds and fires, Thompson another big cut. He swings and misses. It's 0-2. Timmerman on third. He doubled to lead off the inning. Before a long fly out from Morrison. The wind and fire from Bromberg. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Strike three. Timmerman's going to score on the drop third strike. But Thompson out at first for the second out. Capital happy to exchange that. The run for the out. As Sterling Hayes will hit for the first time in his college career. Timmerman comes in to score. And it's 15-5. As Hayes will hit. As Capital looking to get this final out and secure the win in the series opener. Hayes, the freshman at Asheville, North Carolina. A shortstop as he stands in from the right side, wearing number 34. Right-handed Bromberg winds and delivers outside for a ball. Sterling Haynes, right-handed hitter. As another new Tornado stands on deck. Cole Mobius will pinch hit if Haynes is able to get aboard. The wind and fire from Bromberg. Hayes, a good swing out to center, but playable for the center fielder, and he makes the play for the out. Number 3 as Andrasic makes the play to put a stamp on a 15-5 win for Capital. The first setback for the Tornadoes here in 2026. As we get ready for game number 2, Capital wins with a series opening victory, and we'll get ready for the second game. We'll talk to you in about 20 to 30 minutes. We come back for the nightcap of this doubleheader when we return on the other side. Back for the start of game 2 as we get going here live on YouTube. Ryan Wilkes alongside you for another 9 innings of baseball. It's Brevard and Capital after Capital thoroughly handled the Tornadoes in game 1. It was a 4-4 ball game at one time. Capital scored 11 in the next 12 runs and earned a 15-5 decisive victory to hand the Tornadoes their first loss of 2026, but looking to change that here in game 2 with Matt Evans on the mound. He is the reigning USA South reliever of the year and is off to a great start this year in a starting role for this Tornadoes team. As we get going here in game 2, Evans a 2-0 record, 7 1/3 innings pitched, has yet to allow an earned run. 7 strikeouts, has only walked 2 and allowed 4 hits. As Charlie Colson will lead us off here for the Capital Comets. Couple changes defensively. Olove Jr. out and right. Adam Newcomb gets the start at second. And Declan Duffy catching Matthew Evans. As a righty comes set, Woodard playing in on the infield. First pitch is well inside behind Colson, and it misses him for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Here in the first, it'll be Colson at the plate to start us off before Keelan Lamar steps in. That's a pitch home. Colson squares him up but pulls back. As the count, 2 balls in, no strikes on the leadoff inning, Colson. Beautiful day, above 70 degrees here in Brevard, North Carolina, as we play the second of 2. Right-handed Evans comes set. Kicks and deals the 2-0 home. It's up and in, takes off the helmet of Colson. I don't know if it hit him or not. It actually did. It got up and in and get him on the helmet. So a hit by pitch as Colson will take first for Keelan Lamar. Didn't know if the helmet was jarred loose just based on the reaction from Colson, but it does plunk him up high. So we'll take a couple of steps off first and readjust. Good to see he's okay. Those fastballs up and in can be scary. And good to see Colson shaking it off down the first baseline as Lamar gets ready to hit. For this Capital team that put up 15 runs in game 1 against Brevard, just a dominant offensive output as Colson will lead off first. With a runner on first and nobody out for Lamar. Keys is on deck. Came into this series as a top hitter for these Capital Comets. It's a righty-righty matchup here. Evans feeds to Lamar, who crushes it to deep left center. Left fielder's back on it to the track, the wall, and he makes a play over the shoulder, does Logan Sawyer. And that's the first out. A hard hit ball by Lamar that was carrying in the left center gap. Actually, it's Kelson out there in left who takes care of it. Colson stays put as Keys stands in from the left side. So Kelson out there in left with the outfield for the Tornadoes. Mo Love Jr. out in right field. As Evans delivers on the outside corner, called strike. And it's 0-1. Runner on first after the leadoff hit by pitch. As the outfield, Tyler Kelson, Bryson Jenright, Mo Love Jr. in right. Davis Anders, Adam Newcomb with Nico Bartolotti at short. And Lucas Woodard at third. The pitch home to Keys. He goes opposite field. Pokes it as Kelson giving chase. He lays out, and it trickles out of his glove, a base hit. Colson rounding second. He'll pull up right there. As Keys has a base hit to left. Good hustle from Kelson to try and get to it. Nonetheless, it results in a base hit. As Robbie Harrison will stand in the DH here in game 2 for Capital. As Declan Duffy adjusts his catching gear. Tyler Kelson a little shaken up in left, but he gets back to his feet after he laid out for that baseball. Also, the athletic training staff out there with Kelson might have fell awkwardly on that shoulder. As Duffy will come out to chat with Evans here in the first inning. Runners on first and second with 1 out. After Kelson made a great play in left, was inches away from making another great play on a dive, and he was able to knock it down, keep it within arm's reach to hold Keys to a single. As Vinny Carone chats with his left fielder. You're on a breezy 73-degree day in Brevard, North Carolina. 15-mile-per-hour winds that might have picked up here in the last few moments. The flag gusting right to left in center field. That's continued conversation between the Brevard coaching and athletic training staff and Tyler Kelson in left field. The sophomore in Duluth, Georgia, really impressive player for this Tornado team. As they decide whether or not Kelson will stay in the ballgame for the Tornado's sake. I hope he does, and obviously been enjoying watching Tyler play this season. As training staff and the coaching staff gives Kelson the thumbs up, he's all good, and he'll stay in left field for the Tornadoes. A great effort in left. And it will give way to Harrison. With Colson on second after the hit-by pitch, and Keys aboard first after going opposite field for a one-out single. First and second, this Capital team in the top of the first. No score right here live on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in today and spending 18 innings of baseball here with us as we have the first 9-inning game of the season in the first game. As Evans comes set, ready to deal to Harrison, who homered in game one. He delivers outside. Duffy blocks it up, but Colson on his horse will race to third. As a pitch goes downstairs, Colson advances to third, so now second and third on the wild pitch. As Evans exchanges baseballs here in a 1-0 count with Harrison. One down here in the top half of the first inning. With Keys on first, Colson now on third. And a chance for Capital to strike first again here in game two. Evans comes set of the letters. Kicks and fires a 1-0 offering. It's on the outside corner. A called strike, runner taken off to second. Newcomb cuts off the throw and a stolen base. That makes it second and third, so it takes away the double play ball for the Tornadoes as Colson stays put. And it's a 1-1 count. Righty-righty matchup here between Evans and the right-hand hitting Harrison. As Evan rocks, kicks and deals a 1-1. It tails outside for a ball. The count 2 balls and 1 strike. One hit for the Capital order here in the top half of the first. It was Keys with a single. Colson aboard via the hit by pitch. As Keys on second, Colson on third base. Evans kicks and fires. Harrison a line drive, hard hit ball to left. That Kelson makes the play on the run, but the runner is tagging up from third. Now a throw down and a tag at the plate. We're going to see the run come across. As the umpire signals, waiting to see. You're going to say no run. Capital stays off the board as the Tornadoes end the inning, catching Keys from second to third, and that's how the inning comes to a close. We'll be right back with the bottom of the first here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
It'll be Will Furry on the mound for Capital here for the bottom half of the first. Some clarification on how that inning came to a close. It was a line drive off the bat of Harrison. It would have scored Colson from third easily, but Keys tried to take off and tag from second to third. He was thrown out before the run crossed the plate. So that is how the Capitals went down scoreless in the top half of the first. That'll give way to Gavin Grant to start this first inning for the Tornado offense here live on YouTube. As Grant stands in from the right side. The DH here in game 2 for this Tornado offense. Furry comes set in the stretch, kicks and fires a first pitch strike to Grant, and it's 0-1. Bases empty for the Tornadoes as Brevard strands runners on second and third defensively thanks to a great play. That inning was really all Tyler Kelson. As Furry kicks and fires a 0-1, it runs inside and plunks Gavin Grant. Eerily reminiscent at how the first game or the first inning started as Colson was plunked by a pitch. As Woodard will stand in from the right side against Furry. The righty comes set. Woodard, the hot bat for the Tornadoes, takes up and in for a ball. One ball and no strikes to Lucas Woodard. Furry kicks and fires a chopper left side and foul. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. So Grant board first into the action in game 1, but he's in the lineup in the leadoff spot here for game 2. And Woodard, who, guess what, had another RBI hit in game 1 to give him 14 RBI on the season, was productive in the first game. This breaking ball catches the inside corner. First strike, 2. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Lucas Woodard. No score here, bottom 1. As Grant gives the Tornadoes a leadoff base runner. The pitch home is high. Grant takes off for second, and he's caught stealing. So the pitch called a ball on Woodard. Grant caught stealing. As Woodard awaits a 2-2. 1 down now as Grant's taken off the base paths. Good defense so far here in the first inning for both sides as Woodard corkscrews run down the first baseline. It will trickle foul. And the count remains 2-2 on Lucas. Woodard in the box. Sanders is on deck with Nico Bartolotti awaiting in the hole for the Tornadoes, looking to even the series here in game 2 before tomorrow's finale with Capital. And Capital's offense picking up right where it left off now. 3 games out of the 4, the Comets have scored in double digits as Furry comes set. Kicks and fires a 2-2 to Woodard. Outside for a ball. Barely off the plate. As the count moves full at 3-2. Good eye by Lucas Woodard. As the wind continues to gust here at Gilcone Field. A breezy day, but a warm one. Great weather for baseball. Great weather for watching baseball. He's got a good crowd in attendance today. As Furry kicks and fires to pay off. Woodard lifts it deep to center. Going back to the track, the wall, and Lucas Woodard has his second home run of 2026. His first one to leave the yard. It was an inside the park home run earlier this year. And Woodard gives the Tornadoes their first lead of the day. You could tell off the bat that one had a chance. Woodard touched them all his first time on a ball that deflected off the right field fence. That time, a shot that leaves the yard to left center. And it's 1-0 Tornadoes. Again, the first lead of the day for Brevard. Even the score in game 1. As it's now Davis Anders who takes the ball up high in the count. Ball in, no strikes. And 1-0 Tornadoes here in the first. Live on YouTube, Lucas Woodard gets the Tornadoes on the board in a big way. As a 1-0 home to Anders, called strike. At the top of the zone, count evens. And a ball and a strike. Give him 15 RBI on the season. Lucas Woodard proving that last week was not all he had in the tank. After being awarded USA South Player of the Week, the 1-1 home to Anders. He swings up high on a nice pitch from Furry for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, base is empty and 1 away after the Tornadoes somehow, some way got out of the top half without giving up a run. It was second and third with 1 out, but some base running miscues allow the Tornadoes to get out of that first inning unscathed. As now Anders swings and misses for the second out, and we'll hand it off to Nico Bartolotti. So Nico will stand in from the left side to try and keep the line moving here in the first. 1-0 Tornadoes. As Furry delivers, Bartolotti lifts one high in the air to center. And Drasic underneath it, and will make the play for the third out. So Nico is retired, and that's how the first inning comes to a close. But the Tornadoes do get one on a solo shot from Lucas Woodard. We'll be right back when we return on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Back here for the start of the second inning, Clifton will lead things off with Capital playing from behind for the first time today. 1-0 Tornadoes after Lucas Woodard launches his second home run of the season. And Matthew Evans back out there for the Tornadoes after a scoreless first. He threw 10 pitches in that scoreless first inning. As Evans comes set for the Tornadoes, a righty. He delivers the first pitch home. It's downstairs for a ball. The count of ball and no strikes. One ball and no strikes. Evans to Clifton to start off this top half of the second. Clifton, a launch of a drive to right, throws his bat towards the Capital dugout. He knew it off the bat. It's gone. Solo home run to immediately answer Lucas Woodard in the first. And it's 1-1 here in the top of the second. Just a no-doubt shot, another home run for this Capital team, who has left the yard a couple of times today. As Master Rosa will hit here for Capital. With nobody out here in the top half of the second. 1-1 your scores, Clifton homers. And Master Rosa, who had a homer in game one, will hit from the right side. First pitch home. A ball. Barely missed out of the hand of Evans. And the count of ball in, no strikes. It's Evans' first earned run allowed this season. After over 8 innings of work, 8 1/3, before he gave up his first earned run of 2026. Kicks and fires. This one foul tipped. And it's a ball and a strike. That one was a launch of a bomb off the bat of Clifton. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. As the right-handed Evans comes set. The 1-1. Breaking ball that stays high. And the count's 2-1. Evans dealing to Masharowski. Pitch home. Swing and a miss. For strike 2. Two balls and 2 strikes to count. As Evans sets, kicks and delivers a 2-2. Masharowski lifts one to center field. On the run is Jenright, and he calls off the left fielder Kelson to make the play for the second out. So Masharowski retired.
Now batting for the Comets, number 27, Hutch Crociata.
So Crociata will hit for the first time today for this Capital team. Evans sets with the bases empty. And one down as he kicks and fires. Crociata lays down a bunt. Evans scoops. His throw to first is low, but in time to Anders, who scoops it out of the dirt. And that's the second out. Crociata's retired. Now it's Gavin Gully's turn.
Number 11, Grayson Gully.
Or Grayson Gully, excuse me, with 2 away, and the base is empty. First pitch home is a called strike to Gully, and it's 0-1. Tornadoes and Comets tied at 1, trading solo home runs in the bottom of the first, now the top of the second. As Evans comes set, kicks and fires a 0-1. It's high, just by a hair for ball 1, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. One and one the count. As he gets Gully to swing and miss for strike 2. Evans working quickly in the windup. He looks home to his catcher, Declan Duffy. As he sets and fires, the 1-2, it tails outside. The count evens at 2-2. Good work from Evans so far. Both pitchers, both him and Furry, have only allowed a hit apiece, but both of them were solo home runs. One from Lucas Woodard in the first. And then Clifton homered here to start the second. The 2-2 from Evans. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Ring him up, strike 3. That's how the top of the second comes to a close. When we come back, it'll be Bryson Jenright, Tyler Kelson, and Adam Newcomb due up for the Tornadoes when we return on the other side. Bryson Jenwright leads off the home half of the second. It's 1-1 right here live on YouTube between Brevard and Capital as Jenwright leads things off for the Tornadoes. 1-1 after a pair of solo home runs, one for each side. It was Woodard for the Tornadoes, Clifton for these Capital Comets as Jenwright punches one to right. It's caught on the run for the first out. Kind of had to reach out to slap that one to right field, and it's a can of corn and right for a Crociata. As Tyler Kelson will stand in from the right side. Good to see him back on his feet. Was a little shaken up after diving for a baseball and left. But he seems to be just fine, and he's in to hit from the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, Kelson fouls it back. And the count is 0-1. 15 pitches, 10 of which for strikes for Furry so far, as he aims to keep this game tied at 1. The base is empty and one away after Jenwright flies out to right field. The pitch home to Kelson, a swing and a miss. Strike 2. Newcomb on deck for the Tornado offense. As Furry twirls, delivers, swing and a miss. Got Kelson to chase downstairs. And there's 2 down. Efficient work for Furry here in the second as Newcomb will stand in. He hit his first career homer against Berea as he gets to start in the middle infield at second today. As Furry comes set, kicks and fires the first pitch home to Newcomb. Called strike on the inner half. And it's 0-1. One hit for both sides. Again, both of them solo home runs, and what's been a well-pitched first couple of innings between Furry and Evans as Newcomb checks downstairs. He held up, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. 2 down with the bases empty for Newcomb, looking to keep the line moving as Declan Duffy stands on deck for his first cuts of the day. The 1-1 to Newcomb is punched foul to the right side, and the count moves 1-2 on Adam Newcomb. Furry looking for back-to-back strikeouts to end the frame and get his offense back to work. As he comes set in the stretch. Deals a 1-2 outside. Count evens at 2-2. The righty Furry sets, ready to kick and deal the 2-2 home. Newcomb watches. Downstairs, ball 3. Good eye on a breaking ball tailing out of the zone. Seems like Furry's gone to that pitch a lot. Pitch that looks good out of the hand, but he keeps on tailing outside. And that time, Newcomb able to watch it for ball 3. The payoff home, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs for Furry to end the second. As we head to the third, it'll be Andrasik, Colson, and Lamar due up for Capital when we return on the other side.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service. But more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Matt Evans back out there for the Tornadoes. Had a great time talking to him on Tornado Talk. What a guy he is. Really enjoyed getting to know him, and he made a lot of good points that made me think about baseball as a game. Said, it's really a kid's game. We're just out there playing a kid's game, trying to play loose, and that was his message to the viewers as to why he's so loose on the mound. And it's also interesting hearing about his extracurriculars and what he does outside of baseball. As we'll take a second to thank one of our corporate sponsors for Brevard College Baseball. Brevard College Baseball fans, after the final out, keep the hustle going at Hustle Wing Company. Snap a selfie or check in on our socials on game day and score this deal. Buy 6 wings, get 6 free. That's right. Double the wings, same great flavor. Celebrate the win and feel up like a champion. Hustle on over to Hustle Wing Company, where Brevard Baseball comes to eat. It'll be Andrasik to lead things off for this Capital team. Deadlocked with Brevard at 1. after 2 innings of play as Evans back out there for his third. Sandrasic will stand in from the right side for a righty-righty matchup to kick off the third inning. Evans sets and fires the first pitch home to Andrasic. He lifts it down the right field line and tailing out of play. And the count is 0-1. Andrasic will round out the first trip through the order for Capital. Then we'll go back to the top for Colson. As Evans sets, kick in the 0-1 off-speed pitch, fought off to right field. Charging in the right fielder, Mo Love Jr. on his horse. He makes a play for the first out. Looked like he was trying to get a read on where that ball was, and he had to take off a little bit, and he lost his cap and glasses in the process, but he retires. Andrasic for the first out as Colson will stand in with the bases empty and 1 down. You really see the veteran presence of Matthew Evans, the senior out of Yulee, Florida, as he's back in the stretch, sets of the letters. Kicks and fires the first pitch home. Colson squares the bunt, pulls back on a pitch that stays high and away. And the count of ball in, no strikes. And tomorrow we'll be back same time, same place. So I think that's a 1 o'clock game, if I'm not mistaken, between Brevard and Capital tomorrow for the series finale. As Evans kicks and fires, Colson puts a charge in this one to right, but it's right back to Mo Love Jr., who takes a couple steps back and makes the play for the second out. Busy inning for Mo Love Jr., but he makes easy work of that line drive as Lamar will be in with the bases empty and 2 down. So Keelan Lamar looking to keep the inning alive for Capital, battling back and forth with Brevard here. It's outside the 2 solo home runs, both pitchers have been locked in and dealing here in the first couple innings as Evans kicks and fires the first pitch to Lamar. It's downstairs for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes to Lamar. We've seen today Capital capable of big innings. Had a 7-run 6 that kind of blew that game open. As Evans delivers downstairs in the dirt for ball 2. 2 balls in, no strikes as Evans readjusts on the mound. We'll get ready to deal this 2-0 offering to Keelan Lamar. The righty comes set, kicks and fires a 2-0. Lamar watches a called strike across the heart of the plate. The count moves 2 balls in a strike. Evans looks for his second scoreless inning in 3 tries. And again, that 1 solo home run, the only blemish to his line so far. The 2-1 breaking ball catches the outside corner, called strike 2. Lamar steps out before Evans can deal his 2-2. Deuces wild on the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the top half of the third. The righty sets the letters. Kicks and fires a 2-2 home. It's tipped off his foot. Lamar takes a spill and will stand back in for the 6th pitch of the at-bat from Matthew Evans. Good fight there from Lamar just to battle that one off, although it probably didn't feel too good off his ankle. And he'll reset and prepare for the next 2-2 from Evans. Right-handed Evans looks home to Declan Duffy. Kicks and fires a 2-2. Tipped in the glove of Duffy. Strike 3. Matthew Evans gets the punch out. And that's how the top of the third comes to an end. No runs on no hits for Capital as we head to the bottom of the third. It's Declan Duffy, Mo Love Jr., and the top of the order and Gavin Grant do up for the Tornadoes when we return on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Declan Duffy will lead it off for the Tornadoes here in the home half of the third. Still great stuff from Matthew Evans. That's what we've come to expect. The USA South reliever of the year in 2025, and he's shifted into a starting role this year, and sometimes that can be a little bit of an awkward turn for pitchers, but it hasn't been so far for Matt, as Duffy swings and misses at the first offering from Furry. Mentioned this in the first game, but Declan has done some work with us in the sports information department the past couple weeks, and we've appreciated his effort delivering broadcast stats to myself in the past few basketball games, and he's done a great job with that. As a 0-1 home from Furry off the plate. Count evens the ball and a strike. Base is empty. Still only one hit for Brevard. Same deal for Capital. And they're both long balls. That was quickly answered by Capital after Lucas Woodard gave the Tornadoes the 1-0 lead. This one runs inside to Declan. Almost broke back to the plate, but it stays inside. And the count's 2-1. Mo Love Jr. on deck. Then we'll go back to the top for Gavin Grant here in the home half of the third. Duffy, one of the handful of catchers we've seen this season. Hunter Busquet, Casey Shanks, and Christian Hobson, the others. The 2-1 to Declan. High and in, ball 3. Good eye from the freshman. As Furry exchanges baseballs and gets ready to deal 3-1. The righty comes set of the belt. Kicks and fires a 3-1 pitch to Duffy. Swings and misses behind the fastball. And the count moves 3-2. Good pitch there, challenging the bat of Duffy from Furry in a 3-1 count. And he gets Duffy just a hair behind it as he readies to deal a payoff. The pitch home is skied high in the infield. Shortstop underneath it as he'll take care of it for the first out. Goalie makes the play. Good response from Furry after falling behind. 3-1 in the count. Here's Mo Love Jr., another one of these freshmen that we've talked about time and time again. Guys that had the poise and the composure to where they look like veteran players, and Mo Love Jr. is just one of the many that have been that so far for the Tornadoes. The pitch home to him is inside to get him. I think they're going to say it went off the handle of his bat, and that would mean it's a foul ball. So got in on the hands, and no real dispute from Mo Love Jr. I think he knew the hand is an extension of the bat. And it got him inside. So the count 0-1 as Furry comes set in the stretch, kicks and fires. Love Jr. takes high. Count evens in a ball on the strike. Top of the order on deck. And Gavin Grant, Lucas Woodard, the home run hitter, awaits in the hole. The game so far, again, I hate jinxing. I hate saying stuff about it. Then the opposite happens, but it's been a pitcher's duel so far up to this point. As the pitch finds the inside corner and moves 1-2 on Mo. The 1-2 home is high. Ball 2. To the note of the announcers, Jinx, I had a time in my previous job where I was talking about how quick the game was going, and everybody looked at me and said, why would you do that? And the game ended up going 4.5 hours, and we're in the 5th, 1 hour in. So I'm very cautious about that. As the 2-2 goes home to Love Jr. Actually, they're going to say that's ball 4. So maybe that pitch up and in was just ruled a ball. And it gives Mo Love Jr. first base. I didn't see an official signal from the umpire. It hit Mo. And I thought that meant it was in on the hands and it counted as a foul ball. But nonetheless, you'll take the free pass as it puts Mo on first and Gavin Grant back up to the plate. Mo Love Jr. leads off first. Certainly a stealing threat as a check back to first by Mastrosa, not in time. The pitch called a ball. Brevard, who hasn't been hesitant at all to steal bases this year, has been rather hesitant today to try to steal bases against his Capital team. Again, coming in, Brevard had 35 stolen bases, which leads the country. Just 5 off of last year's tally as Mo had a decent lead off first. He checked back on him. He's back ahead of the throw. 1-1 your score, 1-0 count on Gavin Grant. As we go back to the top of the order, Lucas Woodard awaits on deck with Davis Anders in the hole. Mo with a good lead off first. Furry sets and delivers. Gavin Grant dribbles it left side and foul. The count evens at 1-1. Can't say enough about this weather. It's just been so nice to get back into baseball and it not be 35, 40 degrees. And I say that, but it will get back in that temperature next week, at least for the first couple of days, and we'll head back mid to high 50s. As we enter the spring seasons, women's lacrosse will start its season here in about an hour and a half over at Ives Lamel Family Field against Montreat. It's a 1-1 home from Furry downstairs. 2-1 the count, could block by Masterosa behind the dish to hold the speedy Molub Jr. at first. So far, it's been the pitchers that have held the opposing teams at bay, despite the 2 solo home runs, 1 for each team. As Love Jr. leads off first. Kick and fire. Stages a hair high at the belt of Gavin Grant. It's 3-1. Furry asking the umpire, was it up? And he says, yes, it was just a little upstairs to Gavin Grant, who's up 3-1 in the count. Check over to first again on Mo Love. He's back in safely. Good heads-up base running there. Sometimes you see freshmen caught leaning. And Mo is very active there at first, paying attention to the moves of Furry here. In a 3-1 count, he deals home to Grant, who swings and misses, strike 2. Count moves full, Furry to Grant, here with 1 away in the bottom half of the third. 1-1 your score. Here in game 2 of this doubleheader, we'll have the series finale tomorrow. Looks like the weather has cleared way for play tomorrow. Looking forward to that. 3-2 home to Grant. Downstairs, ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Mo Love moves to second. And another RBI chance for Lucas Woodard. He has 15 on the year to lead the Tornadoes. After his solo home run, he had an RBI in game 1 as well. And it's just really come on strong here in this second season for him. Did play some last year, but I've talked to him about it on Tornado Talk. It's really a new role for him, being an everyday guy, and he has stepped up in a big way so far this year as he takes the first pitch up and in for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes to Lucas, with Davis Anders awaiting on deck and Nico Bartolotti in the hole. This part of the order is a big challenge for every opposing arm that the Tornadoes face this season. The 1-0 to Lucas, he fouls it back. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Back-to-back walks put Mo Love Jr. on second, Gavin Grant on first. Speed on the base pass, especially with the ball hit on the gap. I could see that scoring 2, depending on where. It's a pitch home from Furry. Woodard takes a called strike on the inside corner. And the count moves 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Woodard as Furry works in the stretch. Gets the call from Masterosa behind the dish. Fires the next pitch home. Woodard, a line drive to left. It drops for a base hit. Mo Love Jr. gets his stop signs at third. And the runners move station to station. Another hit for Lucas. He's 2 for 2 today. And Grant advances to second. Love Jr. to third for Davis Anders. Bases loaded, 1 away. A chance for the Tornadoes to regain this lead as we're almost a third of the way through this ball game. Anders stands in from the right side. A righty-righty matchup here with Furry. Woodard off first. Grant off second. Mo Love Jr. off third as this one's a dribbler up the middle. Scoop to second for 1. Throw to first is in time for an inning-ending double play. Anders goes 6 for 3 up the middle. And that's how the third inning comes to a close. The Tornadoes kept off the board. It's 1-1 after 3 when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Bryce Keys will lead things off. It was a big threat for the Tornadoes there in the bottom half of the third. But an inning-ending 6-4-3 double play off the bat of Davis Anders keeps us tied at 1 as we enter the top half of the fourth. Ryan Wilkes with you here live on YouTube as Matt Evans gets back to work. Him and Declan Duffy have been working in tandem so far today. It's been really cool watching these older pitchers, some of the juniors and the seniors, really be on the same page with these freshman catchers as first pitch is inside to Keys. And he's able to dance out of the way of the heater. Out of the hand of Matt Evans. As he will face the lefty Keys. Here the base is empty and nobody out. Matt the righty comes set at the belt. Kicks and fires a 1-0 home. Outside corner, a called strike. The count evens at 1-1. One ball and one strike the count. Evans to the hot bat of Keys. It's downstairs. Counts 2 balls and a strike. Glad we'll probably get to play 3 games of baseball this weekend. Had to cut the Berea series short due to some weather issues. But Gil Cone Field in pristine condition today after some weather this morning. The 2-1 is fouled off. And the count is 2-2. Really cool watching, first season at this field, how the Tornadoes take care of this field. They're really out there working on it day in, day out, making sure this field stays in prime condition. Has Evans ready to deal the 2-2. Kicks and fires. Keys watches high and away. Ball 3. That's how baseball differs from a lot of sports. Obviously basketball and football put some time and care into their facilities, but baseball, with all the moving parts you have, the baseball field requires that much more care and attention throughout the year. As Evans kicks and fires a payoff to Keys, who lines it down the right field line and tails foul. Count remains full. 7th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. Evans to Keys, a heavyweight matchup here between one of the Tornadoes' top arms and one of the top bats for Capital so far through the first 4 games. As Capital in Game 1 handed the Tornadoes their first loss of 2026. After the Tornadoes swept Johnson and Wales to start the year, a midweek win over Guilford, and then a doubleheader sweep over Berea last week. But again, a new challenge this week with Capital. As Evans kicks and fires the next payoff, runs inside to Keys. I think he got him on the foot, no less. It would be ball 4 regardless. And it brings Harrison to the dish with a runner on first and nobody out.
Now batting for the Comets, number 8, Robbie Harrison.
Keys shakes it off, one off his foot as he stands off the first base bag. Again, Evans has had a fairly clean line today. He's only allowed 1 hit. It was a solo home run to Clifton in the top of the 2nd inning. But he puts a runner aboard first. Both sides have been deadlocked since that home run in the top of the 2nd as we're here top 4. As Evans works from the stretch. Keys leads off first. Evans a brief look back to first, but will come set, ready to deal the first offering to Harrison. First pitch home is outside for a ball. Count of ball and no strikes. Keys leads off first. Anders covering. The righty sets and fires. Harrison clubs one left side. Woodard gives it a look, but it will go out of play. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. 40 pitches for Matt Evans, 23 strikes as he tries to work through the 4th inning. Seen a little bit of movement in that Tornado bullpen, but still no reason to think Matt Evans can't continue to work here in the top half of the 4th. As Evans sets, Harrison squares the bump, pops it up, and Duffy makes a grab and foul ground for the first out.
Now batting for the Comets, number 34,
Keys stays put.
Clifton.
As Clifton, who hit the solo home run to tie the game, is back in the box from the left side. Good reaction from Duffy behind the dish. As soon as that ball was bunted in the air, he ditched his mask and made a routine play for the first out. Double play is in order for this Tornado defense as Evans squares off with Clifton. The righty sets, comes home with the first pitch. It's inside for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Matt Evans trying to build on a 1-0 record. He's over 10 innings of work so far with 3 1/3 so far today. Give him 10 2/3 on the year. Allowed his first earned run of the season to the guy at the plate in Clifton, who takes downstairs for ball 2. It's 2 balls in, no strikes. Clifton's swing to tie the ball game was a beautiful swing of the bat. Great launch angle in that baseball, which was gone off the bat. As he awaits a 2-0 offering from Matt Evans, who kicks and fires. This one off the end of the bat, charging in Love Jr. on the run. It's going to drop for a single to right. As Clifton has his second hit, it advanced Keys to second. And it's first and second for Mastrosa. Mastrosa, who homered in game 1, will stand in from the right side here with runners on first and second. The go-ahead run in scoring position, third hit of the ball game so far for Capital. As Evans comes set, comes home with the first pitch. It tails outside for a ball. Count a ball in, no strikes. Evans works in the stretch. Double play is in order for the Tornado defense to try and end the frame as Mastrosa lifts one to left center. Kelson, couple steps to his left, makes the play for the second out. You see the arm of Tyler Kelson even just launching it back to the infield. On a line. Even though he's back near the warning track in left field, he's able to put it away. For the second out, as Crociata will step in. With 2 down, runner still on first and second. Still in a 1-1 game. Actually, that was the second hit of the day for Capital. My mistake, as both of them have come off the bat of Clifton with a home run and a single. Otherwise, Matthew Evans has dealt with his Capital lineup pretty well through the first 3 2/3. As he kicks and fires the first pitch to Crociata, it's a called strike. On the outside corner, it's 0-1. Big spot here for Evans, trying to keep this game tight in his 4th inning of work. And he's still only 48 pitches in. A 0-1. Crociata swings and misses. Strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second as Evans tries to slam the door on this top of the 4th inning. Keys off second. Clifton off first. Evans comes set in a 0-2 count. Kicks and fires home, just a hair outside. Ball 1. And the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Crociata, who did not play in game 1. He's the right fielder here in game 2 for this Comet squad. As Evans rocks, fires the 1-2. Crociata lifts it down the right field line, but it's foul. And the count remains 1-2. Evans walks back to the mound, looked a little shaken up, but he's back ready to go in the stretch. As the righty comes set. The 1-2 home for Matt, breaking ball that stays inside. And the count moves 2-2, he just missed off the inner corner of the plate. As it's now Deuces Wild on the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. You're in a tie ball game in the top of the 4th inning. Evans kicks and fires, breaking ball, a little bit outside. Matt Evans and the rest of the Tornado defense thought that was strike 3. But just a bit high, I think. And the count moves full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Evans against Crociata here on the top of the 4th. The righty sets. Takes a brief look back to second. Kicks and comes home with a payoff. Runners take off. This one's inside, ball 4. Base is now loaded. For Gully. As Evans exchanges baseballs with Declan Duffy behind the dish, and Evans had him, but Crociata works back in the count, despite being down 0-2. Is able to work the bases loaded here for Gully. Right-handed Evans looks home to Declan Duffy as Keys leads off third, Clifton off second, Crociata off first with 2 away. First pitch home from Evans. Paints the outside corner, a called strike to Gully, and it's 0-1. That was pitch number 56 for Evans. He's dealt 31 strikes through 3 2/3 as he recycles through his signs with Declan Duffy. Now sets for the 0-1. Kicks and fires home. Breaking ball, swing and miss. Strike 2. Evans quickly up 0-2 against a talented hitter in Garrison Gully. As Evans comes set. The 0-2. Breaking ball popped up right side. Andrews gives it a look, but it goes foul. And the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. On Grayson Gully here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Right-handed Evans comes set. Ready to deal the next 0-2 home. He kicks, fires. It's down low, gets by Duffy, and will go to the backstop that allows Keys to score. And the Comets lead 2-1. Count remains or moves 1-2. On Gully as the scoreboard shifts back the way of the Comets, who do scratch across 1 with a wild pitch with the bases loaded as Crociata heads to second and Clifton to third. Still an advantage count here for Matt Evans, working against Grayson Gully. Breaking ball just high again, ball 2. A bit of a tight zone here. That one looked a little bit up from this point of view. Been a couple pitches here in this inning that really could have gone either way. And unfortunately, they haven't gone the way of Matthew Evans, trying to work out of this top half of the 4th, only allowing 1 run. He kicks and fires a 2-2. Gully fouls it back to the backstop. And the count remains 2-2. Evans comes set. The next 2-2. Breaking ball, chopped foul once again. Gully stays alive and works his pitch count. Of Matthew Evans up above 60 pitches. As right-handed Evans twirls the ball in his right hand, gets the call from Duffy behind the dish. The next 2-2 home to Gully. Skied high, right side, and foul. The at-bat continues. Getting ready for pitch number 9 for Matthew Evans. A hard-fought at-bat, big battle here in a 2-1 ball game. Right-handed Evans comes set at the belt. Kicks and fires the next 2-2. Gully down the left field line. Kelson gives chase, but it goes foul once again. On pitch number 9, 4 straight foul balls from Gully to stay alive in this count. Evans now at 64 pitches. As right-handed Evans sets to the belt. The next 2-2 home from Evans. Downstairs, ball 3. Gully has somehow worked the count full despite Being down 0-2, he's fouled 5 pitches off in this at-bat. And he works the count full with first base unoccupied, second and third covered by Crociata and Clifton. Here with 2 away. The payoff from Evans home. Breaking ball, skied high right side. Looks playable for Davis Anders. And he will make the play in foul ground. So despite a battle from Grayson Gully, he fouls out to the right side, and that's how the top of the fourth comes to an end. But Capital does get one on a wild pitch. It's 2-1 when we come back on the other side. It's Casey Wilkins getting warmed up on the mound, taking over for Will Furry, who deals 4 strong innings and leaves with the lead. As we come back here, I want to take a chance to thank one of our corporate sponsors, Long Cane Trails LLC, based in Brevard, is a trail building company and a proud member of the Professional Trail Builders Association. For 24 years, we focus on designing and constructing multi-use trails for hikers, mountain bikers, equestrians, and UTV users. We aim to create trails that are built with long-term sustainability in mind, ensuring that users have a great time enjoying the trail's flow. To minimize our impact on the natural environment, we prioritize erosion control and proper drainage using rolling grade dips, rock armoring, and raised tread surfaces. By carefully balancing the use of machines and hand tools, we create trails that are both sustainable and enjoyable. David Sanders, a tying run at the dish with Lucas Woodard working a leadoff walk and ending Will Furry's day. Leads off first. Left-handed Wilkins sets in the stretch. Kicks and fires the first pitch. Anders squares the bunt, pokes it back towards the rubber. Picked up and thrown by Wilkins in time to first to get Anders. But a productive first out, as it puts Woodard on second. Here's Nico Bartolotti. Takes the ball inside. The count of ball and no strikes. As Woodard leads off second. Pitch home to Nico. Runs inside. Did it hit him? It looked like he was signaling that it did, but he was able to dance away just barely. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Tying run at the plate. Woodard can make it a 1-run game standing on second, as Bartolotti stands in from the left side. Wilkins comes set, fires outside, ball 3. And it's 3 balls and no strikes. 2 outs to work with for the Tornadoes here in the home half of the 5th. Trying to answer what was a 3-run top half for this Capital offense. The 3-0 home to Nico. Outside, ball 4. Second walk of the frame for this Capital pitching staff. As now it's Bryson Jenright, but again, when you have a runner on second and a talented bat at the plate, and Nico Bartolotti walking him sets up a double play, and it also doesn't allow Woodard to advance. But now the tying run aboard, and Bartolotti at first. Woodard leads off second with Jenright at the dish. He takes a call and strike on the outer edge. And the count, 0-1 to Bryson. Here, bottom 5, it's been a fun ball game. More tightly contested than the first game today. Ended in a 15-5 win for Capital. As the lefty Wilkins comes home to Jenright, he's ahead of it. Crushed it to right, but it's tailing foul. Good cut from Jenright there. Straighten that one out, and the Tornadoes are out in front. 0-2, the count on Bryson. With Adam Newcomb standing on deck. Lefty-lefty battle here between Wilkins and Jenright. He takes downstairs for a ball. An experienced arm out there in Casey Wilkins, a left-handed pitcher. Standing 5'10" out of Powell, Ohio. So out of Independence, Kentucky. So reading the name above him, Ty Clifton, who is out of Powell, Ohio. The 1-2 home to Bryson. He swings and misses, but it gets off of him. Maybe a foul ball is going to be the call. Bryson swung and missed, but it hit off his body, so the count will remain 1-2. Maybe you got a tip on it as well. So he stays in the box, no less. And the count remains 1-2. 1-2 pitch home. Breaking ball misses downstairs. Count evens at 2-2. It's just a little bit more up. I think Wilkins gets the call, but it misses. It's a hair downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes, in and out with Bartolotti on first, Woodard on second. And 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Wilkins kicks and delivers. Jenright fights it off the handle of the bat. And the count remains 2-2. Good fight from the freshman, another guy who looks well beyond his years to start this season. A freshman out of Hudson, North Carolina, had his first multi-hit game against Berea last weekend. looks to continue what's been a good start to his freshman season. Lefty Wilkins kicks and delivers a 2-2. This time, ring him up. He catches the edge of the plate for a called strike 3, and it's the second out. Here's Tyler Kelson, runner still on first and second. And 2 down in the frame. Really good pitch that time from Wilkins. He tried it earlier in that bat. It was just a little bit low. Goes back to it, and it froze Jen right for the third strike and the second out. Wilkins sets the lefty at the belt. Kicks and fires. This one a called strike right over the heart of the plate. And it's 0-1. Lefty Wilkins dealing to the right-handed Kelson. Pitch home. Kelson fights it off to the right side, not a play. It's 0-2. Tyler Kelson has been just inches away from a couple highlight plays in left. We've seen his arm on display today. He's looking to deliver here at the plate with runners on first and second and 2 outs here in a 0-2 count. Wilkins trying to complete his first inning out of the bullpen as Kelson chops this one foul. And the count remains 0-2. 14 pitches out of the pen so far for Wilkins in this inning of work. He's dealt 8 strikes in those 14 pitches. As he looks to the bullpen, looks to his wrist for these fancy little watches we've discovered that Capital uses. Might try to get a little info on that and see how those work. As they get their signals from that, this one inside to Kelson. And it's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to the talented Tyler Kelson. As Woodard leads off second, Bartolotti off first base. The 1-2 misses off the plate. Count evens at 2-2. That one was close. Right call, was a little bit out. As Master Rosa gives him the signals behind the dish and readies to deal the next 2-2 pitch. 2-2 home, fought off again by Kelson to stay alive, and will face pitch number 7 in this at-bat. Deuce is wild on the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, Tornadoes playing from behind 5-3. Trying to cut into this deficit, if not tied up here in the 5th inning. Kelson again towards right field and foul. As Tyler continues to battle, fell behind 0-2 early in this count, but has seen 5 consecutive pitches, 3 of them foul balls, 2 of them he watched outside. And he continues to battle in this count. Bartolotti off first, Woodard off second. The next 2-2 from Wilkins. Dribbled left side to short. Scooped up on a hop, throw to first is in time. What a play, Kelson with the hustle. But he couldn't get there in time as he goes 6-3 on the ground out. And that's how the 5th inning comes to an end. We head to the top of the 6th. It'll be Grosciata, Gully, and Andrasic 2 up for this Capital squad when we come back on the other side.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Back here at Gilcone Field for the top half of the 6th inning. Gage Granada back out there to face off with Hutch Cruciata to start this top half of the 6th inning. Ryan Wilkes with you here live on YouTube. Now, what a fun game this has been between two very talented teams. It was Capital who dominated game 1, but Brevard has come back and made it a ball game here in game number 2. First pitch home to Cruciata. Squares the bump, pulls back for a ball that's outside. It's a ball in, no strikes. Excited to have you along with us. Excited to have you along all weekend as we go throughout this weekend of baseball here at Gilcone Field. The 1-0 home on the outside corner for a called strike. And it evens at a ball and a strike. Cruciata awaits the next offering from Gage Granada, who kicks and delivers a 1-1, a breaking ball. Pretty pitch, catches the inside corner for a called strike 2. As Granada works from the stretch. The 1-2 home to Cruciata. Check swing downstairs, he held up. The count evens at 2-2. Top of the 6th, Brevard trying to deal a scoreless frame here to keep this score right where it is and let this offense get back to work. The 2-2 home from Gage. Swing and a miss downstairs. Strike 3. Big pitch from Granada to get Cruciata swinging as Grayson Gully will stand in for the Comets with the bases empty and 1 down. Granada again works from the stretch. Gets the call from Declan Duffy behind home plate. Pitch home. Called strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-1. Gully in the box, and then Drasick will round out another trip through this Capital order here in the top half of the 6th inning. The pitch home from the lefty Granada stays outside. The count evens at a ball and a strike. The 1-1 home from Gage. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Granada looking for back-to-back punch-outs here with the bases empty. As he's at 22 pitches, he's dealt 15 strikes and a good flow here on the mound. Only one of the runs that came across were earned on Gage Granada. His next pitch, foul tipped in the glove of Duffy, strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs for Gage Granada, and there's 2 down for Andrasic with the bases empty.
Now batting for the Comets, number 1, Mike Andrasic.
Two down for Andrasic. Nobody aboard here in the top half of the 6th inning as Granada again works from the stretch. Comes set of the belt. Kicks and deals the first pitch home. This one stays high and outside for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Wispy clouds overlooking Gilcone Field on a breezy yet warm Friday afternoon. Pitch home from Granada, and Drasick lifts it to left. Kelson on the run, and the gap to the track, the wall, it's gone. That ball kept carrying, maybe with some help from the wind, and then Drasick in the 9-hole produces with a solo home run, and it's 6-3. That was one that off the bat didn't look like it had the distance, but it kept carrying, and this wind is blowing today about 15 degrees, and it looks like, or 15 miles per hour, and it looks like it's carrying the ball a little bit as Colson will stand back in. Another home run for this Capital team, who now leads 6-3. Still 2 outs. The Tornado still well within striking distance as the first pitch paints the outside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 down for this Tornado pitching staff as pitch downstairs for a ball. The count evens at 1-1. Next pitch outside, and the count moves 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Granada to Colson, the leadoff man for Capital. The 2-1 stays outside. Ball 3. Pair of strikeouts start of this frame for Gage Granada, but he gives up the solo home run to left field as Capital has scored in each of the last 3 innings, including a 3-run top half of the 5th. The 3-1 home. Colson watches a called strike 2, and the count evens or moves full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Left-handed Granada working against the left-handed Colson. The payoff home from Gage. Breaking ball stays off the plate. Just missed the outside corner. It's ball 4. And that will allow Keelan Lamar to step up with a runner on first and 2 down.
Number 12, Keelan Lamar.
Lamar stands in from the right side against the left-handed Granada. As Colson takes his lead off first, the pitch home. Lamar clubs it down the left field line, a base hit. Kelson comes up throwing, so it holds Colson at second base. But another 2-out hit for Keelan Lamar to left field, and Colson advances to second. So the Capitals keep the line moving here for Keys.
Now batting for the Comets, number 20, Bryce Keys.
Lefty-lefty matchup here between Granada and Keys. Tries to extend this 6-3 lead for Capital in the top half of the 6th inning. Granada delivers home, a called strike on the outside corner. And it's 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs as Lamar leads off first, Colson off second. Granada deals home, breaking ball into center field, a base hit. Colson rounds third, he'll score. The throw to third is not in time. And it's an RBI single for Keys. As now Vinny Carone's going to come out and take the baseball from Gage Granada as it's 7-3 Capital. We'll see a new arm coming in for the Tornadoes when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Stash Spear enters the ball game, taking over for Gage Granada. Here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Trying to stop the bleeding. It's been 5 unanswered runs from Capital to take this 7-3 lead. Once trailed 3-2, and now 2 more in scoring position for Harrison. Spear, the freshman, 2 innings in his first outing as he delivers outside for a ball. 2 innings, 1 hit allowed, 3 strikeouts for Stash, the freshman out of Asheville, North Carolina. As he works from the stretch, Lamar leads off third, Keys off second. After Keys scores 1 on an RBI single. Pitch home, Harrison clubs this one to left. Kelson on his horse and will make the play on the run for the 3rd out, but not before Capital gets another 2. And Brevard looks for an answer when we come back on the other side, right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Back here at Gilcone Field, it's Adam Newcomb to lead things off against Wilkins here in the home half of the 6th inning. 7-3 Capital after 5 unanswered runs in the 5th and the 6th. The Tornadoes look for an answer, and that starts with Adam Newcomb at the plate. First pitch home from Wilkins, a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, a called strike, and it's 0-1. 20th pitch for Wilkins out of the pen. As he works in the windup, the 0-1 home to Adam. Inside, count evens the ball and a strike. So it's Newcomb, Duffy, and Love Jr. set to come up for the Tornadoes, 7, 8, 9 in the home half of the 6th inning. Wind up in the pitch home, a breaking ball again on the outside corner. The count's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, base is empty, nobody out for the right-handed hitting second baseman Adam Newcomb. As the left-handed Wilkins, quick wind, deliveries high. Count evens at 2-2. Brevard 1 in the first, 2 in the 4th, scoreless in the other 3 innings so far today. Has yet to have a crooked number throughout the contest. Both in game 1 and game 2 as Newcomb fights one off to the backstop, and the count remains 2-2. In about 20 minutes, 23 minutes, you can head over to Women's Lacrosse, also live on YouTube. My buddy Martine will have your coverage as this one is outside for ball 3. Full count to Adam Newcomb to lead off the home half of the 6th inning. 3 runs on 5 hits for this Tornado offense, 7 runs on 7 hits for Capital. As the left-handed Wilkins winds, fires to Newcomb. He swings and misses up high. Strike 3. Newcomb down on strikes. Now it's Declan Duffy to stand in from the right side with the bases empty and 1 down. Declan, one of the freshmen on this roster. A handful of catchers again the Tornadoes have cycled through this year, all very capable in their own ways. As the left-handed Wilkins delivers a strike over the heart of the plate on a breaking ball. And the count 0-1 on Declan. As lefty Wilkins quickly back to work. He winds, fires the 0-1. Duffy watches a called strike on the outside corner. And it's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes to Declan Duffy. As left-handed Wilkins works quickly. Duffy swings and misses. And Wilkins is locked in on the mound. Back-to-back strikeouts to start this bottom half of the 6th. And Mo Love Jr. will stand in with 2 down. He had an RBI base hit his last time up at the plate. Give the Tornadoes the lead at the time. Since then, things have changed. With back-to-back solid innings from this Capital offense. As Love Jr. stands in from the right side, pitch home. Finds the inside corner, a called strike. It's 0-1. Wilkins trying to strike out the side here in the 6th and maintain this momentum that, again, went back and forth. It wasn't really clear who was going to come out on the right side of things early in this game, but after Brevard took a 3-2 lead, since then it's been all Comets in the 5th and the 6th. That pitch inside to Mo. Count evens at 1-1 with top of the order and Gavin Grant standing on deck. The 1-1 home. Mo Love swings and misses downstairs. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Wilkins looking for a 1-2-3. 3 strikeout. 6th inning. He pitches home. Love Jr. punches this one out towards second. Scooped up on a hop. Throw to first from Lamar is in time. So not 3 strikeouts, but 3 outs back to back to back. 2 strikeouts to start it, then a ground out to second for Mo Love Jr. And we head to the top of the 7th. It's Clifton, Master Rose, and Crociata due up for this Capital team when we come back on the other side. Back here at Gilcone Field, the start of the 7th. Here for Brevard. Trailing Capital 7-3. Stash Spear back out there to face off with Ty Clifton to start this top half of the 7th. Brevard scoreless in the last 2 innings. After a 2-run fourth at the time gave them the lead. As the right-handed Spear works against Clifton, here the base is empty and nobody out. Watered in on the infield grass. Bartolotti playing behind the second base bag as the first pitch is outside for ball 1. It's been interesting to see how this defense has shifted around. Both Anders and Newcomb are in their normal positions, but Bartolotti away from the 6-hole, more behind the second base bag as Clifton dribbles it right side and just foul to the right of the first base bag, and it's 1-1. Brevard's going to have to get it going here late, has 9 outs left to work with, so still plenty of time, and it would really help if Stash Spear can deal a scoreless frame. As the righty delivers, Clifton puts a charge into this one, but well fouled to right. And the count's 1-2. Astrosa's on deck with Crociata in the hole for Capital here in the top half of the 7th inning. As the right-handed Spear comes set the letters, fires home. This one a rocket up the middle, a base hit past Newcomb and Bartolotti. As Clifton continues to build on a good day.
Now batting for the Comets, number 21, Gio Mastrorosa.
As Gio Mastrorosa stands in for Capital with Clifton aboard first, representing some insurance for Capital. Again, late in these games, you can't go wrong with some insurance, and Capital, the 4-run lead against a potent Brevard offense, could certainly use that here. As Spear delivers, Mastrorosa charged into one to dead center. Back on it is Jen right to the track, the wall. It's against the base of the wall. Clifton pulls up at third as it's a double for Gio Mastrorosa. That one almost carried out off the bat of Mastrorosa as Clifton goes first to third, and Cruciata will stand in with 2 ducks on the pond and nobody out here in the top of the 7th. As Hutch Cruciata in from the left-hand batter's box to face off with the right-handed Stash Spear. 7-3 your score, and Capital in prime position to add onto that lead as Spear delivers. Good breaking ball that got Cruciata ahead of it, and it's 0-1. Spear comes set of the belt. Kicks and fires 0-1. It's outside. Count evens the ball and a strike. This is a Brevard team that was cruising so much it was the best start to a season in the NCAA era and was having a lot of success in a lot of different statistical categories. But I knew coming in it was going to be a new challenge today with this Capital team. As the pitch is outside, it's 2-1. The infield, the whole infield playing in on the infield grass with Woodard, Bartolotti, Newcomb, and Anders all with their cleats in the grass here. With runners on second, third, probably thinking about going home on a ball up the middle as Cruciata takes. Tried to hold up. He did, but it was a strike nonetheless. The count's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Stash Spear looking for a big first out here in the top of the 7th. As the righty comes set. The 2-2 outside. Ball 3. Full count as first base is unoccupied. But second and third covered by Mastrorosa and Clifton. It's a 3-2 count. Spear to Cruciata. Pitch home outside. Ball 4. Loads the bases as Mastrorosa and Clifton stay put. It's Grayson Gully to stand in as the defense retreats. The middle infield in double play depth. But Woodard and Anders still in on the corners as Duffy chats with Spear. Grayson Gully, a talented bat, batting in the 8th spot with Andrasic, the 9-hole hitter, who already launched a home run out of that 9-hole earlier in the game, is on deck. Looks like Capital's going to have a discussion here. The infield converges for the Tornadoes. Not sure why everybody's come off the field. Still waiting to figure out what the stoppage is about here, as all the base runners for Capital came off the base paths. It was just a brief conference here. As the runners now retreat. Not sure I've ever seen all the base runners come off the base. I've seen the infield come in and conversate with the pitchers. So the conversation concludes. Oddly enough, all the base runners came off the field and went back on. Just a brief conversation as a pitch home, as a called strike to Gully to start his at-bat. Bases loaded, nobody out. With Cruciata, Mastrorosa, and Clifton on first, second, and third. Spear sets 0-1. This one line towards first. Anders grabbed it, and he tags first for a double play. As Cruciata caught off the bag. The other 2 runners stay put. As Andrasic stands in with 2 down. That's one way to get a pair of outs as this breaking ball stays high. And the count of ball in, no strikes. I think if Brevard couldn't have drawn it up any better. It was a hard hit ball with about a gully. You can't really blame the base runner at first as this pitch runs inside for a ball. It wasn't like Cruciato was way off the bag. It was just a line drive, hot shot, and Anders was able to beat him back to the bag. He basically only had his initial lead. As the count moves 2 balls and no strikes on Andrasic, who homered his last time up. The pitch home, high ball 3. Spear in danger of reloading the bases for the top of this lineup. With Colson standing on deck. 2 down the frame, looking for a big scoreless inning to keep this a 4-run ball game. Master Rosa off second, Clifton off third. As a 3-0 finds the top of the zone, counts 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here for the Tornadoes, the 3-1 home, tipped into the glove of Duffy. And foul. And the count moves full at 3-2. Right-handed spear. Kicks and delivers a payoff. It's outside, ball 4. That reloads the bases for the top of the order in Colson. As it looks like Vinny Carone set to make a change here. And he will. So Stash Spear will leave with 2 outs and the bases loaded. We'll see the new arm who's coming in. When we come back on the other side, we'll talk about him when we return right here live on YouTube.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Grayson Ledford's on for the Tornadoes for his first collegiate action for Brevard here in 2026. And what a spot this is. 7-3 your score, but a chance for Capital to make it a lot more with 1 swing of the bat. As we're back to the top for Colson. He comes set in the stretch. Deals the first pitch home. It's high for a ball. It's Andrasic, Master Rosa, and Clifton on first, second, and third. 2 outs and a 1-0 count. Pitch home, dribbler right side, foul. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Brevard with some work to do down the stretch here in this one. We'll have 9 outs to work with, and hopefully just a 4-run deficit if Ledford can get the final out here in the frame as he delivers a called strike 2 on the lower inside corner. And the count is 1-2 to Colson. Lefty-lefty duel here between Ledford and Colson as he kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Ledford sets him down on strikes. The freshman out of Lawrence, North Carolina. Gets the Tornadoes out of a bases-loaded jam. We head to the bottom half of the 7th. It's 7-3 Capital right here live on YouTube.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Big work from Grayson Ledford, the freshman, to come in and get the strikeout to end the inning and leave the bases loaded. More importantly, keep this a 4-run ball game. As he strikes out the leadoff hitter, Colson, as now Gavin Grant will lead things off for the Tornadoes in the bottom half of the 7th. Against Wilkins, who had 2 strikeouts and was 1 strike away from striking out the side in the 6th. And a scoreless frame for Wilkins. He returns here for the 7th. And will work lefty-righty against Gavin Grant. Lefty Wilkins winds and fires a breaking ball that finds the outside corner, called strike. And it is 0-1. 1, 2, 3 we go in this Tornado order with Woodard and Anders awaiting. Grant lifts one to left. He clubbed it all the way back to the wall, and it is gone. Gavin Grant leaves the yard to left, and the Tornadoes back on the board at 7-4. He knew it off the bat. And is that the surge the Tornadoes need? We'll see. As Grant exits the yard with a solo blast. First homer of the year for Gavin. And it'll give way to Lucas Woodard. Woodard will stand in from the right side.
Now batting for the Tornadoes, number 13, Lucas Woodard.
Here's Lucas Woodard with the bases empty after Grant's solo home run. The lead is 7-4 now for Capital as Woodard behind the fastball. It's 0-1. An absolute blast from Gavin Grant to make it a 3-run ball game as Woodard watches a 0-1 pitch high and in. Count evens at a ball and a strike. So Ledford gets a strikeout to leave the bases loaded, and Grant touches them all, and just like that, it's a 3-run game as Woodard watches a breaking ball in the outside corner for strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Lucas Woodard, with Davis Anders awaiting on deck. The 1-2 called strike 3, goes back door for the punch out. And it's the first out of the frame.
Now batting for the Tornadoes, number 21, Davis Anders.
Here's Davis Anders with Nico Bartolotti awaiting on deck. As the left-handed Wilkins in the windup gets the call from Master Rosa behind the dish. First pitch home. Missed a little bit outside. Count a ball in, no strikes. The wind in the 1-0. Anders puts a charge into one, but looks playable for the left fielder who will put it away for the second out. Colson takes care of Anders for out number 2, as here comes Nico Bartolotti. Good response here from Wilkins after giving up the leadoff home run, a strikeout, and he forces Anders to fly out off the end of his bat to left. Now Bartolotti looks to keep the frame alive for the Tornadoes here in the 7th. Offering home from Wilkins downstairs for a ball. And the count of ball and no strikes to Nico Bartolotti. The hard-hitting shortstop who has had a heck of a start to this 2026 campaign. As Wilkins calls time, a little bit of a equipment malfunction it looks like. Capitals using those watches for some sort of pitch communication, I believe. As Wilkins has taken his off and will trade out for a new one. Some interesting technology that I haven't seen. I don't know if they're Apple watches or what kind of watches they're using, but that's kind of how they use their pitch communication. As Wilkins trades out his watch for a new one. We'll get ready to deal the 1-0 to Nico Bartolotti. Left-handed bat stands in and awaits the 1-0 here in a 7-4 ball game. Brevard back on the board with Grant's solo home run. But Wilkins has buckled down to retire the next 2 Tornadoes. As left-handed Wilkins winds and fires. Catches the outside corner for a called strike, and it evens at a ball and a strike to Nico. Bryson Jenright awaits on deck for Brevard. As Wilkins winds and delivers a 1-1 off-speed pitch. Bartolotti fights it off opposite field, and it goes foul despite pursuit by Colson, and the count is 1-2. Wilkins trying to work out of this 7th with only 1 run allowed. Give the bats back to the Comets in the top half of the 8th. The 1-2 to Nico. Grounder right side to second. Gets off his glove, and it's going to be an error that allows Bartolotti to reach and keep the inning alive for the Tornadoes. Nico aboard first on the error from Lamar. And now Bryson Jenright will get a chance. You see the speed of Bartolotti. Some guys, you'd be able to have that kind of miscue and still throw it over to first, but Lamar didn't even think about it. Bartolotti was at first base by the time he was able to pick the baseball up. As Jenright stands in from the left side, Nico leads off first. With 2 down, check over to first on Bartolotti. It squeaks away from the first baseman, but he's able to get over to it, does Keys, and hold Bartolotti at first. As Jenright awaits the first offering from Wilkins. Left-handed Wilkins toes the slab. Looks home to Master Rosa, his catcher. Kicks and fires home to Jenright, a high chopper right side, a foul ball. And the count is 0-1. No balls and a strike to the freshman Bryson Jenright. Trying to keep this inning alive and pass the bat off to Adam Newcomb, who stands on deck. Check over to first again on Bartolotti. He's back in ahead of the tag. Lefty-lefty duel here between Wilkins and Jenright. As lefty kicks and delivers, Jenright fights off the off-speed pitch. Wilkins gave chase, but we'll watch it fly out of play. And the count 0-2. Wilkins 1 strike away from limiting the damage to just 1 on Grant's leadoff solo home run. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bartolotti leads off first with Keys covering. As left-handed Wilkins kicks, fires to Jenright. He fouls it off again. The freshman stays alive on 3 straight foul balls. We'll see if he can put one in play here with 2 down. Wilkins comes set. The next 0-2 to Bryson. Fouled off again. He stays alive as he punches it off the handle of his bat. we'll prepare for the next 0-2. Bartolotti still on first. Reached on an error from Lamar, but Wilkins looking to negate that error with the final out. The 0-2 to Jenwright. Strike 3, got him on the corner. And that's how the 7th inning comes to a close. Jenwright down looking, and the Tornadoes straying one, but do get one back on Grant's leadoff solo home run. We head to the 8th, 7-4 Capital right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Keelan Lamar will stand in for Capital. To lead off the 8th inning, he lifts one to center. On his horse is Jenwright, and he'll make the play for the first out. So Lamar retired.
Now batting for the Comets, number 20, Bryce Keys.
As Keys stands in with one down. First pitch is lifted down the left field line. It's going to be foul. As it's 0-1 on Keys. Grayson Ledford still in there for the Tornadoes. As he awaits a 0-1. The pitch home. Inside for a ball. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. The wind and fire from Ledford. Call it strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 home. Keys dribbles it right side towards Andrews, who takes care of it, takes it himself for the second out.
Now batting for the Comets, number 8, Robbie Harrison.
Here's Robbie Harrison with 2 away. As Ledford looks to complete his first full inning of work. He has already as he deals pitch downstairs. It's a ball. Ball and no strikes to Harrison. The cleanup man for Capital. Here with 2 down the top of the 8th. The pitch home. Harrison dribbles it left side and foul. The count evens at 1-1. Still 6 outs to work with for the Tornado offense. And chipped away at the deficit in the bottom half of the 7th with a solo home run from Gavin Grant. Capital looks to earn a series win here today, with one more game coming tomorrow between these two sides. As Ledford works from the windup, he winds and fires the 1-1. Check swing. Downstairs, they said Harrison, now they're going to check down the first baseline. And they say he did not go around. So 2 balls and a strike to count on Harrison. As Ledford trying to get this 1-2-3 inning As Harrison fights it off foul, the count is 2-2. Women's lacrosse is underway. If you have interest in that, go check out the Tornadoes against Montreat on our YouTube channel. The Tornadoes Live with Martine doing the commentary for the women's team today. As Ledford delivers high, ball 3. Scoreboard's full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. For the Tornadoes. As Ledford winds, delivers Harrison a rocket through the left side, a base hit. Kelson scoops it up and will toss it back in, but it's a 2-out single for Robbie Harrison. He'll keep the line moving to Ty Clifton.
Now batting for the Comets, number 34, Ty Clifton.
So runner on first, 2 away as Capital looks to do some work with 2 outs in the frame to try and get that run back. Surrendered in the bottom of the 7th. They're in a 7-4 ball game. Lefty-lefty matchup between Ledford and Clifton as he takes a ball. It's ball and no strikes. Ledford sets the belt. The 1-0 home. Breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a called strike. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs for Ty Clifton, who's had a really nice day offensively. As Harrison leads off first, Anders covers. Ledford comes home with a 1-1, swing and a miss. Strike 2. Would be a big time to get a scoreless frame as Ledford came in to end the top of the 7th. Now he's worked 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. The 1-2 home. Clifton opposite field into the gap, a base hit. Kelson able to cut it off. The runner going for third. He's there in time. Great throw again from Tyler Kelson, but just behind the speedy Harrison, who goes first to third on the base hit. And back-to-back knocks allows Gio Mastroza to get it at bat here with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Seen some really good opposite field power today from Capital, who records its 11th hit of the contest. As Mastroza stands in from the right side, Clifton leads off first, Harrison off third. The pitch home from Ledford down the left field line is tailing foul. And the count is 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs here in the frame. But there's Capital offense as Ledford tries to strain runners on the corners. Both of them have reached with 2 outs here in the inning. The 0-1 from Ledford inside. Dancing out of the way is Mastroza. The count evens at a ball and a strike. Mastroza re-enters the box on the right side. Ledford deals a 1-1, a chopper left side and foul. The count moves 1-2. Ledford trying to strand the two-out base hits from Harrison, who stands on third, and Clifton, who stands on first. As the left-handed Ledford comes set of the belt, kicks and fires a 1-2, just misses high. Count evens at 2-2. Not missing by much is Ledford. That one just up a hair. As he's in a 2-2 count here with Mastroza. The 2-2 home. Breaking ball. Mastroza skies it high to right center. Over on it, Mo Love Jr., and he'll put it away for the 3rd out. So despite some 2-out traffic, Grayson Ledford works out of it. Strange runners on the corners, and we head to the bottom half of the 8th. 7-4 ball game when we return on the other side.
College, number 5, Tyler Kelson.
Here's Tyler Kelson. Standing in from the right side to face off with Wilkins, who remains in the contest here for the 8th inning. As he winds from the left side, throws to Kelson, and he dribbles it through the left side, a base hit. Tyler Kelson aboard with a single. And will give way to Adam Newcomb. So a runner aboard. Brevard again just trying to chip away. Only down 3 in this one. At this point, last game it was a little bit wider of a margin, but good work on the mound has kept Capital scoreless for the past 2 innings. But this Capital pitching staff has done really well against this offense. Only 3 innings the Tornadoes have scored in, 1 in the first with Woodard's solo home run, 2 in the 4th, and then 1 most recently in the bottom of the 7th on Grant's solo home run. Kelson leads off first. Newcomb takes a called strike. And it's 0-1 on pitch number 52 from Wilkins, who's really done good work out of this Capital bullpen. As Wilkins, as he works from the stretch. Kelson leads off first, and 0-1 home. Called strike on the outer edge for strike 2. 0-2 the count on Adam Newcomb. As Kelson takes his lead off first, the 0-2 home to Newcomb, high and away. And it's 1-2. 5 strikeouts in 3 innings for Wilkins. He's allowed 2 hits. As Newcomb 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, awaits a 1-2. Pitch home. Swing and miss up high. Strike 3. Newcomb down on strikes for the 3rd time today. As it gives way to Declan Duffy. 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. So Kelson off first. Duffy in the box with Mo Love Jr. standing on deck. And 1 down here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Pitch home from Wilkins, a breaking ball that clips the outside corner. And it's 0-1. Some impressive efforts today from Capital. 4 for 5 is Ty Clifton. 2 for 3 is Keys. Check over to first. On Kelson, he's back in safely. Last I checked in the women's lacrosse game, Montreat had opened an early 4-1 lead. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go throughout the later innings here in Game 2 of this 3-game set between Brevard and Capital. The pitch home is high. Count evens and a ball and a strike. We mentioned the weather is why tomorrow was supposed to be a doubleheader, but they moved it to today. Still a 75% chance of rain, but it looks like it's coming in the morning and won't affect play tomorrow for the Tornadoes and the Comets. It's a 1-1 home, breaking ball that is skied high to left from Declan Duffy. Down the left field line, it's going to be taken care of in left field. As it looks like Duffy might have just missed that one. Colson takes care of it. Kelson stays put at first. And Mo Love Jr. will stand in to round out another trip through the Tornado order. Duffy 1 for 2. As this will conclude the 4th trip through the order for the Tornadoes here in Game 2. Here's Mo from the right-hand batter's box with Kelson still on first after the leadoff single. Left-handed Wilkins comes set. Kicks and fires the first pitch home to Mo. He chops it left side and foul. And it is 0-1. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. You can always feel free to leave a comment on our YouTube page. Love hearing from you guys. As we go throughout today's action, get close to the conclusion of Game 2. The Tornadoes trying to fight back here in a 3-run ball game, but Wilkins, who has worked well on the mound, checks over to first. Not in time. Looks like Wilkins will be in line for the win, perhaps. As he prepares to deal a 0-1. He comes set. The 0-1 home to Love Jr. downstairs. Blocked up, so no advancement from Kelson. As the count even at a ball and a strike. to Mo Love Jr. Kelson takes a healthy lead off the first base bag. As Wilkins kicks and delivers, Mo Love takes a called strike on the outer edge, and it's 1-2. Mo trying to send this thing back to the top for Gavin Grant, who homered his last time at the dish. As Wilkins sets the belt, kicks and fires a 1-2 to Mo. He grounds it left side to third. Scooped up on a backhand throw across a diamond, a strong throw from Clifton in time for out number 3. And that's how the 8th inning comes to a close. We head to the 9th. Capitals still in front, 7-4 when we return on the other side.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Hutch Crociata will lead things off here in the top half of the 9th for Capital. As everything remains the same defensively, it seems, for the Tornadoes here in the top of the 9th. Crociata will lead it off with Ledford remaining on the mound. He works in the windup, kicks and fires, and goes off the helmet of Crociata. It's hit by pitch up and in. Again, another good advertisement for helmets. As Crociata takes first base, might have clipped him on the ear a little bit, but certainly he seems to be okay. As he'll walk down to first base with Grayson Gully to step in from the right side. Tornadoes trying to keep this deficit right where it is with 3 outs to work with offensively.
Now batting for the Comets, number 11, Grayson Gully.
Here's Grayson Gully with runner on first. And nobody out. The left-handed Ledford sets, fires. Gully skies it high to center, or will stay in the infield. With Newcomb able to take care of it for the first out. Crociata stays put as Andrasic will stand in. The runner on first and 1 down. Left-handed Ledford looks home to Duffy behind the dish, with Crociata leading off first. Left-handed Ledford sets, fires the first pitch home. It's downstairs for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. 7 runs on 11 hits for this Capital offense. Both games, they've been at double digits with hits. Trying to get there in runs, but Ledford trying to keep him off the board here in the top half of the 9th as he checks over to Crociata, who's back in standing up. 1 ball, no strikes to count with 1 down for Ledford. Dealing to Crociata, or dealing to Andrasic as he pumps in a strike. The count evens at 1-1. What a beautiful day it's been here at Gilcone Field. Blue skies, the wispy clouds in the backdrop. The wind has calmed down quite a bit as Andrasic takes a second strike from Ledford. He homered earlier in this game out of the 9-hole. Turns out to be a big run. Tornadoes starting to climb back in this one. 1-2 the count. Ledford picks over to first. Again, Cruciano not fooled. Back in, standing up, the first base back. 1-2 the count remains. Ledford to Andrasic. Lefty comes out of the belt. Kicks and comes home this time. The 1-2 is a high chopper to the left side. That goes foul. And the count remains 1-2. After this, we'll go back to the top with Colson awaiting on deck. Double play is in order for this middle infield. Bartolotti and Newcomb in double play depth. As Ledford deals a 1-2, it's fouled off again by Andrasic to stay alive. He fell behind 1-2. He's fought off the last two pitches to stay alive in this count. 5:25 here. We've been playing baseball for quite a while today. Started at 11 o'clock with about a 25 to 30 minute break in between. So 1-2 misses just low and outside, not by much. There's the count, evens at 2-2. As you can hear, Coach Vinny Carone was not happy with the non-strike 3 call there as Andrasic fouls it off again to stay alive. 7 pitches in this at-bat. Get ready for the 8th. As Ledford works in the stretch. The 2-2. Grounded left side to third. Woodard scoops. He's going to throw to first, and it's not in time. He thought about going to second, but he decided to go to first, and Andrasic beats it out. We're going to call an error on Lucas Woodard. He made the play cleanly, but thought a little bit too long about going to second. I think he kind of bobbled it in his glove, too, as Charlie Colson will step in. With runners on first and second, Colson, the left-handed batter, awaits the first offering. It's low and outside for ball 1. The 1-0 is high. Ball 2. We're going to change that ruling to an infield single for Andrasic. As the delivery home is outside. Counts 3 balls and no strikes. Lefty comes home with a 3-0. It's a called strike across hard of the plate, and it's 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second. As with further clarification from the box up here, we're going to change that ruling to an infield single for Andrasic. Tough play for Lucas Woodard as this one's outside, ball 4. And it will load the bases for Keelan Lamar. Now comes Vinny Carone. It looks like he's going to go to the bullpen hopefully one last time today and take the ball from Ledford. As the Tornadoes coming out of the dugout to greet the freshman Grayson Ledford after his first collegiate appearance. We'll talk about the new arm and Grayson's line when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
It's Michael Geary to pitch for the Tornadoes, and big fan of his walk-up song. As a New York Yankees fan, his walk-up song is New York, New York. But I just learned he's from New York, and he's using New York, New York as his walk-up song, but he's a Mets fan, which doesn't make all that much sense to me. Regardless, a great choice of a walk-up song for Michael Geary, who will make his first appearance in 2026 after tossing 2 innings in his freshman year. 4.50 ERA, he allowed just 1 run, struck out 2. He takes the ball from Ledford here with 1 out in the top of the 9th.
Out batting for the Comets, number 12, Keelan Lamar.
As Keelan Lamar will stand in for Capital. Bases loaded here, big spot for Geary. As the pitch is skied high to right. Taken care of in right field, and now runner tagging coming home. The throw is cut off, and it's not in time. As it'll be sacrifice fly to right. Colson stays put, as does Andrasic, but Crociata races home.
Now batting for the Comets, number 20, Bryce Keys.
As Keys will stand in. Keys, a big cut and a miss on the first pitch from Geary. And it's 0-1. Keys in from the left side. Geary the righty. Comes set. Long look back to second. The runner dancing around with the second base bag. Throw back to check on the runner, and Andrasic not in time. As the count remains 0-1 on Keys. Colson on first, Andrasic on second after the sac fly for Lamar that scores Crociata and makes it 8-4. Big insurance run there for the Comets here in the top of the 9th. 0-1 pitch. Swing and miss down low from Keys. Strike 2. Geary looking for a punch out. Be his 3rd career strikeout after 2 in 2025. The sophomore out of Hopewell Junction, New York. Comes set at the belt. Andrasic again dancing around off second. The 0-2 home from Geary. Keys, a line drive to right center. It drops for a base hit. Runner rounds third, comes into score, and Colson, the throw to third. Not in time, Andrasic scores. And Keys slides into second. A 2-out RBI single. As Colson races to third, Andrasic comes in to score. As Harrison stands in, 9-4 the score. And a righty-righty matchup here between Geary and Harrison with 2 down. Right-handed Geary looks home, gets the call from Declan Duffy behind home plate. As Geary comes set, kicks and fires the first pitch. A line drive down the left field line, a fair ball. One runner comes in to score, and Colson. Keys right behind him as the ball rattles up against the left field wall, and Harrison in with a 2 RBI stand-up double. That scores Keys from second and Colson from third. And grows the lead to 11-4. Another big inning here late in this contest here in the top of the 9th, where Capital has been able to get some insurance down the stretch and grow what was a 3-run game coming into the 9th and push it to a 7-run lead. Here's Ty Clifton, who's had himself a nice afternoon. 4 for 5 at the dish for Clifton. As the lefty squares off with the right-handed Geary. Runner on second and 2 down. Pitch from Geary. Grounder right side up the middle for a base hit. Runner comes around third, and Harrison, he will score. It's an RBI single for Ty Clifton. So Harrison comes in to score from second.
Now batting for the
as Master Rosa stands in from the right side. (12-4) on the 16th hit of the day for the Capital Comets. First pitch home to Master Rosa is a call and strike. And the count is 0-1. 5 runs here in the top half of the ninth for Capital to grow this lead further. 12-4 your score. As Geary delivers, this one corkscrewed off the bat of Master Rosa. Newcomb charges, lost the baseball as it trickles into right field. So an error on Adam Newcomb. As Clifton races all the way to third. Runners on the corners now for Crociata, who's back up at the dish. He led off this half of the inning. As here comes Vinny Crone, maybe one more change coming for the Tornadoes, and that's what it will be. As we'll see a new arm in coming for Brevard when we return on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Caleb James enters for the Tornadoes here in the 12-4 ball game. He'll face off with Hutch Crociata with runners on the corners and 2 down. As James, in his sophomore season, pitched an inning last year with a strikeout. As he deals the first pitch low and outside to Crociata for a ball. Got a ball and no strikes. Master Rosa off first. The runner off third here for Capital. Trying to add to this lead that's already 12-4 with a 5-run top of the ninth. The 1-0 home from James. Downstairs, Duffy blocks it up. The count moves 2 balls and no strikes. James, another arm the Tornadoes have called out of the bullpen. It's the 6th arm the Tornadoes have used in this game after Matthew Evans dealt 4 strong innings. Get him started, the 2-0. Called strike on the outside corner. And it's 2-1. 2-1 pitch home. Breaking ball that stays high. Counts 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. 2 down here in the top of the ninth. The Tornadoes try to get out of it and allow the offense at least an opportunity to climb back into this one in the bottom half of the ninth. It's a 7-4 game when we came in this top of the ninth, but Capital's been able to get it going and put up 5 here in the top half. Pitch home, downstairs. Ball 4. That will load the bases with Masharosa moving to second. Clifton stays put at third. And it's Grayson Gully to stand in for the Capital Comets. Here with Cruciato on first, Masharosa on second. And it looks like Clifton on third. James the lefty to face off with Gully the right-handed hitter. James sets, fires downstairs. Duffy again blocks it up. Good job by the freshman catcher. Didn't keep it necessarily in front, but he deflected it to his left and was able to retrieve to keep Clifton put at third base. 1 ball, no strikes to count. James dealing to Grayson Gully. The pitch home, Gully down the right field line, pokes it foul. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Tornadoes at the result stands will look to salvage a game in this 3-game set with Capital before going on the road next week to Kentucky. As a left-handed James comes set of the belt, kicks and deals a 1-1. This one chopped off the leg of Gully as he's shaken up on the dirt, and he's helped up by Declan Duffy. Good sportsmanship there from the freshman. Again, those never feel good when you foul it off your leg or your ankle. And Duffy right there to help him up as the count is 1-2. As Gully walks it off down the third baseline. Count remains 1-2. Gully shakes it off. We'll stand back in from the right side here in a 1-2 count. James looking to stop the bleeding here in the ninth. In this 5-run ninth inning for Capital. James looks home to Duffy behind the dish. Gets the call. Runners lead off first, second, and third. Here in the ninth. The 1-2 from James. Fouled back. Right back to us in the press box. And the count remains 1-2 on Grayson Gully. Cruciato off first, Masharosa off second, with Clifton off of third base. James kicks, deals, Gully fouls it off again to the right side, but it looks like it's playable for Anders in foul ground, but it'll be Newcomb to come over and make the catch for the third out, but not before the Capital Comets add another 5. And we head to the bottom half. Tornadoes need 8 to keep this one alive when we come back on the other side. Here's Gavin Grant to lead off the bottom half of the ninth. Tornadoes trail Capital 12-4 here live on YouTube after a 5-run inning for the Comets. Wilkins back out there looking to pitch 5 innings out of the bullpen. He matched Furry with 4. Is in line for the win here as he deals a strike to Gavin Grant. And the count is 0-1. 3 earned runs allowed by Furry. And since then, Wilkins is coming for the last 4. He came in the top of the 5th. This one dealt home. It's low. And the count evens the ball and a strike. She came in the bottom half of the 5th there for Capital after 3 earned runs allowed by Will Furry. He's dealt now 64 pitches as Grant, who homered early in this ball game, watches a ball up and away. And the count 2-1. A lot of work to be done here for the Tornadoes. Trailing 12-4, another double-digit run effort for this Capital team as it's dealt on the outside corner, a called strike. Count evens at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases empty, nobody out for Grant. Top of the order, 1-2-3. Here for the Tornadoes. The wind and the fire from the lefty Wilkins is high, ball 3. The count's full at 3-2. I think the approach is simple here. You can't do it all with one swing. Just do what you can when it's your turn and pass the bat down the line. And here, Grant in a full count with Wilkins. Wind and fire from Casey Wilkins. Breaking ball, Grant pokes it right side. Scooped up by Lamar. He throws to first in time for the first out. Good play by Lamar on an awkward hop off the infield grass, and he takes care of Grant for the first out. Looks like Austin Ogles is going to pinch hit here for Lucas Woodard.
Now batting for the Tornadoes, number 15, Austin Ogles.
So Ogles will pinch hit. Wilkins winds and fires. First pitch a called strike on the inside corner to Ogles. And it's 0-1 on pitch number 69 for Wilkins. He'll deal number 70 here. And what an outing it's been for him. Good pitching overall from this Capital team today as Ogles dribbles one up the middle. Backhanded stab by Lamar. He throws across his body. It's scooped out of the dirt in time for out number 2. The range shown by Lamar there on that play impressive as he takes care of Ogles. And now Davis Anders will hit the last out as Ogles was just inches away from a hit in his freshman season. As Lamar makes the play, 2 down. And the last chance here for the Tornadoes as it stands with Davis Anders. Wilkins trying to complete a 5-inning performance and earn the win here for Capital. Deals the first pitch strike to Davis Anders, and it's 0-1. No balls and 1 strike to Davis. As Wilkins winds and fires, Anders swings and misses upstairs. Strike 2. Brevard down to its final strike as Capital looks to sweep the doubleheader. Wind and fire from Wilkins. Anders lifts it to right. Right fielder on the run, and he will make the play over his shoulder. Does Crociata for out number 3. That will end today's action. It was a couple big innings if you really think about it that powered this Capital team. 7-run 6th inning in Game 1, and then a 5-run 9th to pull away here in Game 2 as Capital sweeps a doubleheader 15-5 and 12-4 to hand Brevard its first 2 losses of the season. And as it looks like right now, we will play tomorrow. So Brevard will have a chance to salvage one in this series. A very talented Capital team. Still a lot to take away from this one if you're Brevard. Some impressive performances, but looking to get it done tomorrow against a very solid Capital team tomorrow afternoon. We'll talk to you then. For now, signing off. Go tune in to Women's Lacrosse, taking on Montreat. It's underway, started at 5 o'clock, so go get some of that action as we'll get ready for tomorrow. Brevard and Capital coming up tomorrow for the series finale right here live on YouTube.